Chapter 571. Quick, 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 shadow recording stone, shadow recording stone. Shining nudged Chef beside her. I-Ching took out 2 stones with array formations imprinted on them. He thought for a moment and set up a concealment array around the 2 of them. Then he imitated his master and leaned against the window sill to look into the room. Father Nyo was still sitting motionlessly on the bed. Even the smile on his face did not falter. Until the door creaked. Someone pushed it open. It was Tao Chu. She was still dressed in her bright red wedding dress. She swayed her body as she walked towards the person on the bed. Lone Moon, who had been sitting in a daze, finally reacted. He stood up and walked over to her. He held her hand and they sat together on the bed. Husband. Tao Chu lowered her head and leaned against Lone Moon's shoulder. Her whole body was in his arms. Little Chu. Lone Moon looked at the person in his arms affectionately. We are finally husband and wife. Tao Chu blushed and leaned even closer. She said coquettishly, then I am the only one in your heart. Of course, Lone Moon replied. Do you really like me? Tao Chu asked again to confirm. Of course. I don't believe you. She suddenly stood up straight and turned to look at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she said seriously, Husband, I want to hear your true feelings. With that, she suddenly flicked her sleeves at Lone Moon, as if taking something back. The next moment, Lone Moon, who had been staring intently at Tao Chu, had a flash of clarity in his eyes. He blinked, and the next moment, his entire aura turned cold. All the affection and sweetness in his body disappeared. Like a spring, he sprang up and his voice rose several octaves as he blurted out, Are you crazy? Husband, I really want to spend the rest of my life with you. Tao Chu looked at him with a wronged expression. As long as you promise me to stay, I won't treat you like this again, all right? With that said, she leaned towards him again. What are you trying to do? Lone Moon's face paled. He wanted to jump up. Get lost. But Tao Chu was one step faster. She pulled him back and pressed him down on the bed. Her hand was already reaching for his belt. Wow, was it really that exciting? A tyrant taking the bait. Shining, who was lying on the windowsill, widened her eyes. She hurriedly pointed inside and said, Chef, hurry, yes, master. Before she could finish, in the next moment, Chef had already rushed in with a bang. Only then did Shining finish her sentence. Quick, record it. On the other side, Chef had already flipped Tao Chu off the bed and threw her out mercilessly. Holy shit, Chef, you're finally here. Lone Moon crawled out of bed, his face still full of anger. What's wrong with you? Chef glanced at him, only to realize that there was a layer of strange aura surrounding him, directly sealing the immortal chi in his body. I don't even know what that pervert fed me. Lone Moon said angrily. I can't use any spells at all. Chef did not have time to let him examine her. Tao Chu, who had fallen to the ground, had already climbed to her feet. She looked back at him with tears in her eyes and said in a very aggrieved male voice, Husband, how could you do this to me? Wait a minute. A male voice. I-Ching paused and looked seriously at the person who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, his body shape changed. His arms became thicker, he became taller, and his face even grew, a beard. This was a man. Shining, who had come in at some point, and together with Chef, they turned to look at Lone Moon meaningfully. At the same time, they let out a long sigh. Wow, what are you looking at? Lone Moon glared back at them. What the hell was with that look? I only found out after I was brought here that she would turn into a man at night. And, she's a peach blossom demon. Plants are hermaphrodites in the first place. His taste was not that strong. Husband. The man on the ground cried out even more pitifully. Shut up. Lone Moon exploded. Who the hell is your husband? Chef, quickly think of a way to help me undo this restriction. I'm going to destroy this disgusting thing. Husband, I'm so infatuated with you. Why do you have to hate me so much? Tao Chu was even more upset. Shizi held her heart and began to cry, looking very delicate. But he was a strong man now. Tears streamed down his bearded face, and the scene was Lone Moon felt his stomach churn. He sat up on the bed and held onto the bedpost as he turned around and began to vomit. Iching, Shening, so this was the reason why he broke down and asked for help back then. He really had a strong taste. Hurry up and get this thing out of my sight. Lone Moon said. He looked up and continued to vomit. Tao Chu, on the other hand, glanced at Chef and Shening. Her expression turned cold and she scanned them angrily. Finally, she looked at Lone Moon and said, although you don't want to be with me, leave your body to accompany me. After saying that, he stood up and did something. There was a rustling sound outside, and a large number of peach blossom petals flew in and surrounded him instantly. The petals rushed in like sharp blades, and the whole bridal chamber suddenly collapsed with a bang. Be careful, his fragrance is bewitching and can restrict immortal energy. Don't let him get close to you. Lone Moon hurriedly reminded Chef. Chef frowned and set up a defensive array around him. He watched as the petals rained down on him. But Chef only turned the sword in his hand. In an instant, the overwhelming sword chi was reflected back at him. The petals in the sky shattered into pieces. Before he could make a move, he heard a scream. Ah! Tao Chu fell to the ground. His body was covered with sword marks. He looked at Lone Moon in horror. Who are you? Chef did not waste time talking to him. He conjured a seal and summoned several spirit swords. They fell down and formed a sword array, trapping Tao Chu inside. Tao Chu's expression changed. Only then did he realize that he was afraid. His murderous aura disappeared and he returned to the weak and strong man he was just now. He looked at Lone Moon with teary eyes. Husband, do you really want to kill me? Although I don't like you, I really like you. Shut up. You brought me here in the middle of the night, restricted my freedom and controlled my body. Do you really like that? Damn it. Crazy. Lone Moon exploded. He snatched the sword from Chef's hand and pointed it at him. Try saying that again. But I did it because I like you. He looked aggrieved, but he still looked at Lone Moon affectionately. You promised me from the start that you wouldn't do this. I did it because I love you. Chapter 572. Lone Moon took the sign. So this guy was here to advertise, no wonder he was so enthusiastic. It seemed that this Zerg's profession was similar to that of a professional paparazzi, specializing in gathering information. No wonder he would come over. Thank you, brother. Lone Moon still replied. Maybe they could really use it. You're welcome, you're welcome. As if he had never met such an easygoing potential customer, the guy became more enthusiastic. He suddenly thought of something and said directly, oh, right, have you heard of the United Competition in Immortal Spirit Academy recently? United Competition. Lone Moon was stunned. You don't know. He looked at the two of them with some surprise. But this is not a big news. Seeing that we are fated, I will tell you. Don't worry, this news is not worth money. He chuckled and started explaining to the two of them with a marketing spirit. This united competition is the first time Immortal Spirit Academy has united all the other academies to organize a large-scale competition. All the academies will be represented to participate. I heard that the rewards are quite generous. Oh. Lone Moon looked surprised, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to take advantage of this competition to sneak in and find the spirit seed. You don't believe me? Immortal Spirit Academy has put in a lot of money for the rewards of this competition. The champion can get a treasure with high energy purity. Oh, I still have the picture of that treasure. He thought of something and suddenly turned around to take out a scroll. He said mysteriously, I went through a lot of trouble to get this. Come, let me show you. He directly opened the scroll, revealing a colorful egg-shaped picture. Spirit Seed. Lone Moon was shocked and exchanged a look with Chef opposite him. He didn't expect the Spirit Seed to be the prize of Immortal Spirit Academy's United Competition. It really didn't take any effort to get it. Brother, you are really knowledgeable. Lone Moon smiled even more enthusiastically. We just came here and don't know enough about this place. Why don't you tell me more about this United Competition in detail? How exactly is it going to be? I heard that there are a total of 3 rounds, and before that there is a preliminary round. He thought for a moment, lowered his voice and added, but I heard that although only the various academies can participate on the surface. But you also know that our central district is a mix of forces, and no one is willing to submit to anyone. Therefore, many forces directly raised the banner of various academies, hoping to use the name of this competition to compete with each other. But only the Immortal Academy has this kind of rallying power, other places can't do it. But I think that the people who are participating might have their plans overturned. What kind of power was the Immortal Academy? Could other forces be stronger than it? The final champion might still be the Immortal Academy. He shook his head and suddenly thought of something. With some pride, he said, in the entire Central District, only the Insect Clan's power is comparable to the Immortal Academy. But our buggies have always had a good relationship with the Academy, so we don't need to participate in this kind of competition. So brother is also from a famous family. Lone Moon complimented him. What is this? The other party had a look of indifference on his face. Our insect race used to be in existence that could sweep across the plains. Unfortunately, we encountered a great demon king later on, causing our race to almost be wiped out. Fortunately, our queen had the foresight to hide in the end of the void, which gave us a chance to breathe. Things are no longer the same as before. His body shuddered as if he had thought of something terrifying. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, what great demon king? The young man's face turned green, as if it was a taboo. Even his voice lowered a few degrees. Actually, I also heard it from those of the same race in the past. Our insect race used to be very prosperous, half of the plain was our race's territory. Suddenly, one day, a person came, and without saying a word, she directly started a massacre. Many of our people died in her hands. Even our queen was scared, and escaped all the way to the end of the void before getting rid of her. Even the current speed of production was affected. Our race's population has been unable to increase, and we lost many brothers and sisters. So their people were all born by the queen. I heard. His voice became even lower, and he said with a look of horror, a few hundred years ago, someone even saw that great demon king in the end of the void. I don't know if she came to kill our race, just thinking about it is scary. Why did this setting sound a little familiar? Lone Moon subconsciously asked, I wonder who this person is, brother. Have you seen her before? I was born too late, of course I haven't seen her, but we insects all have a heritage, as long as we see her, I should be able to recognize her. He took a deep breath and said, oh yes, she has a scary name, called Shining. Lone Moon, Ching, holy shit, it really is her, hey. Wait a minute. This insect, could it be that when Shining was 5 years old, Shinjing threw her to the mother planet of the insect race to train? They escaped here. Isn't this world a little too small? The two of them looked at a certain insect at the same time, emitting sympathetic looks. But the other party did not seem to feel anything, as if still immersed in the fear of the great demon king, and even his interest in talking decreased. I have to continue working. He shook his head, turned back to look at the two of them and said, I won't disturb the two of you drinking your tea. With that said, he pointed to the bag in his hand. Only then did the two of them see that inside was a bag, the same kind of wooden tablet that was handed to Lone Moon just now. So he was giving out leaflets. Then thank you for the reminder, brother, Lone Moon replied. No problem. He chuckled, then carried the bag full of wooden tablets and stood up, intending to continue giving out leaflets. He turned and walked towards the main hall, passing by the door that led to the backyard. Shining, who had just woken up, pushed open the door and walked out, then their gazes just happened to meet. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Something flashed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, and faintly heard a few crackling sounds in the air. Shining tilted her head, then directly raised her hand and grabbed towards the insect. What are you trying to do? Buggy got a huge fright, his face instantly turned pale, and his legs went limp. He turned and opened his mouth to shout at Lone Moon and Shining beside him, two young masters, save me. Ha! Shinying's hand paused, and she turned to look at the two people at the table. You know them. The two of them had an indescribable expression on their faces, and only nodded after a long while. You can say, we know them. Oh. Shining once again turned to look at Buggy in front of her, then reached out to pinch the two antennae on its forehead, and directly tied them into a butterfly knot, before turning to walk to the table and sit down. Buggy did not dare to resist, and ran away frantically. Chapter 573. Lone Moon glanced at Shining. If that insect hadn't called out to them just now, Shining would have really attacked him with that claw, right? Why did you suddenly attack him? She didn't look like someone who would take the initiative. Shining took the tea that Chef handed over and then blurted out, oh, I'm used to it. She wanted to pinch the insect when she saw it. Lone Moon, ching, so that was just a conditioned reflex. This insect is really the insect race from your sister's plane. Lone Moon's eyes widened. Shining nodded and explained, there was a plane storm near the mother planet of the insect race. One of the insect race queens should have been accidentally swept into the end of the void. Lone Moon was even more confused. That's not right, the insect race doesn't look like this. Although that guy had antennae, he was clearly in human form. When he first returned, Shining had shown him the images of the insectoids. They all had thick carapaces. Mimicry. Shining said, high-level insects have mimicry, and this is the end of the void, it's normal for there to be some mutations. So that was it. I'm so hungry, can we eat? She's still that foodie. Lone Moon didn't expect to find the location of the spirit seed on his first day in Yang City. It was easy now that he knew the place. Lone Moon had originally planned to sneak into Immortal Spirit College tonight and take the spirit seed back. But he found that the aura of the end of the void was too messy, and there were some completely unknown energies surrounding it. Their divine perception couldn't probe into the college at all, which meant that they couldn't find where the spirit seed was at all. Perhaps because he had suffered once, Lone Moon was more vigilant towards this world. He didn't just barge in without a care, and the spirit seed was now an open reward for the League. If it suddenly disappeared, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. And this was the chaotic end of the void. The plane gate wasn't something they could open and return whenever they wanted. Shining said that they had to wait at least a month before they could open it again. So after thinking about it, Lone Moon still felt that it was better to win the spirit seed openly. That's right, Father Neo planned to participate in that alliance competition. Whether or not they could win in the end, at least they would have a chance to know the exact location of the spirit seed. Moreover, even though only one academy could participate in this competition, Buggy had also mentioned earlier that many forces called themselves academies to participate in the competition. Naturally, they could do so as well. Hence, the three of them asked for directions and headed directly to the registration place. The Immortal Academy was actually not in Yang City, but on a secluded hillside in the west of the city. Perhaps because of the competition, there were people going in and out of the entrance. The location of the report was on the left side of the academy. Invincible Academy. The registrar was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the three of them. I've never heard of this name before. It's a newly built academy. It's not well known, and it's located in a remote place in the north, Lone Moon said. The man did not ask much. Perhaps it was because he had received too many visitors in the past few days. He directly wrote down the name of Invincible Academy on the register. As he wrote, he asked, "Are you the teachers leading the team?" "No, we are participants," Lone Moon explained. Seeing that he was a little suspicious, he added, "Our teachers were injured and are recuperating in the inn, so they asked us to come to register." "Oh, that's just right. You can go directly to the preliminary competition." He pointed to the inside of the academy and said, "There are too many academies participating in the Alliance tournament. Only the academies that have passed the preliminaries will have the right to participate in the official tournament." With that said, he directly handed him a competition card before shouting at the person behind him, "Next." Lone Moon did not say much. He picked up the wooden card and walked in. Yi Qing and Shining followed. Just as they entered the door, a guard at the side glanced at them and waved his hand. "Hey, you guys. Come this way. The next round is about to begin." The three of them turned and followed them in. After a while, they turned in front of a door. The guard then pointed inside and said, "As long as you can last inside for a joss stick's time, you'll be considered qualified." With that said, he directly opened the door in front of them and gestured for them to enter. The few of them went in to take a look. Only then did they realize that inside was a place that was like a beast battle arena. There seemed to be no time to clean up inside. There were some messy things scattered around. There were weapons, armor, talismans, and other things. There was also a faint strange smell in the air. Yi Qing frowned. He directly conjured a wind seal and blew away that strange smell. At the same time, he blew all the rubbish on the ground to a corner. It was obvious that they were going to compete in martial arts. But they did not know who their opponents were. They looked around and found that there was a huge iron door opposite them that was tightly shut. There was an unfamiliar aura inside. They could faintly detect that it was a huge fellow. "Hey!" The guard who sent them here called out to them from behind. He said somewhat worriedly, "Remember, you have to last for a joss stick's time to be considered qualified. If you want to give up halfway, just say that you admit defeat." "Thank you very much," Lone Moon replied. Only then did the guard nod. Suddenly, he took out something. It looked like a talisman or something. He pressed it against the wall at the side. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound. The huge iron door opposite them opened automatically. For a moment, that strange smell pounced on them again. The three of them could not help but pinch their noses and take a step back. There was a soft rustling sound coming from inside. They could faintly see a huge figure moving towards them. The figure only moved twice. For some reason, it suddenly stiffened, and then it was motionless. It was like a huge black stone embedded in the door. It was even faintly trembling. After waiting for a long time, they did not see the other party crawl out even half a step. The three of them looked confused. Could it be that the preliminary selection of this alliance competition was just to see who could stand longer? The guard outside was also stunned. Why isn't it coming out? He walked towards the opposite side somewhat anxiously. After passing through the big iron door, he heard the other party's somewhat angry voice coming from inside. Hey, it's your turn. Hurry up and get out. There was no response from inside. Did you hear that? It's not over yet. Hurry up and get out. What's the matter with you? We agreed to fight 10 rounds a day. This is only your second round. Hurry up and go. Wait, why are you suddenly trembling? What? Not doing it. Didn't we sign an agreement with your queen? What do you mean by not doing it now? Hey, don't force me to complain to your queen. Chapter 574. Just as the guard finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the cave. Lone Moon and the others stood for a long time before they saw a huge black figure slowly crawling out of the metal door. After a long time, they saw a huge figure appear at the door. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in thick, hard armor. Its lower body had 10 slender, blade-like thighs, and its head had more than a dozen compound eyes. Its body was 4 to 3 feet tall, and it looked like a giant mutated beetle. It looked very scary, but it was shaking violently like a candle in the wind. One could not help but worry that it would flip over if it kept shaking. It even stretched out dozens of soft tentacles from its mouth and comforted itself by hugging its armored body. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He felt that the monster in front of him looked a little familiar. It was especially like one of the images Shining showed him when he returned to Earth. So this one couldn't be, Bug. Shining was stunned and took a step forward. In the next moment, the huge beetle opposite her trembled all over. Even the tentacles on its body seemed to be electrified and slid in a circle. In an instant, it let out a piercing scream. Gee, it turned around and scrambled towards the metal door that it came out from. With a whoosh, it squeezed back in at lightning speed and knocked into the guard beside it. Shining subconsciously wanted to chase after it, but Lone Moon was quick to catch her. What are you doing? Ha! Shining was stunned and then reacted. TSK, used to it. She felt uncomfortable if she did not beat up bugs. Lone Moon, ching, but the guard beside them was angry. He climbed up and started scolding the insect inside. But this time, no matter how he threatened or tempted it, the insect refused to come out again. Even when he brought out the Zerg Queen, that bug refused to come out. Not long after, there were still some strange cries coming out from within. The guard grumbled with a dumbfounded look on his face. That's weird. What's going on? Didn't they say that the insect race is the most trustworthy? Even if it doesn't want to come out, it should at least change back to its original state and explain the situation, right? Why did it suddenly stop doing it? Lone Moon and I Ching silently turned to look at the person beside them. Suddenly, they wanted to know what Shining had done to the bugs in the past. Ahem, brother, what do you think of today's test? Lone Moon looked at the guard. Forget it, I will bring you to the testing field next door. The guard sighed and brought the 3 of them to another field. But the strange thing was, no matter which testing field the 3 of them went to, the situation was the same. And it seemed even worse. The Zergs that were supposed to help with the testing didn't even show up. Some of them even slipped away from the backstage. It was the same 10 times in a row. The guards were confused. Could it be that the Queen of the Zerg was dissatisfied with the academy? Why did the Zergs that were sent to help with the testing suddenly go on strike one after another? He couldn't help but have some conspiracy theories. In the end, he was so annoyed that he could only let the 3 of them pass. But those Zergs who were frightened still did not dare to come out. The 10 Zergs in the testing grounds, as if they had agreed to hide inside and shiver, did not dare to move a single step. They only recovered the next day. Because of this, the time of the united competition was delayed by a day. Although this kind of giant beetle was tall and strong, it had very low intelligence. Even if it turned into a human form, it didn't get anything out of it. It became a strange thing in the academy. Lone Moon expressed that he would get used to it after lying down and lying down. For all, the three of them received the competition qualification card in the name of Invincible Academy as they wished. The united competition would officially be held 3 days later. The specific competition method would only be announced on that day. Lone Moon was thinking about the spirit seed and didn't pay much attention at first. Until the day before the competition, he heard bad news. What? 4 people. I Ching was stunned and looked at Shining beside him. But there are only 3 of us including Master. I just found out too. The first round is a team competition. Lone Moon was also a little annoyed. As for a team of 4 to participate, if the number of people is insufficient or exceeded, they will be directly disqualified. This competition was obviously different from their sect competition. Looking at the competition format, it was not strange that there would be a team competition. And it was originally stated before the competition that it was a competition between the various academies. But who would have thought that there would only be 3 people in each academy? Now thinking back on the meaning of the previous preliminaries, it was probably to get rid of those who wanted to watch the show and sneak in to see the world. Then what should we do? I Ching frowned. If we don't participate, we can't enter Immortal Academy, and we can't find the spirit seed. We can only look around temporarily to see if anyone is willing to go with us. But they were unfamiliar with this place and the competition was tomorrow. Where could they get someone to come? Can we use sorcery to temporarily create a puppet to fill the numbers? He suddenly thought of the demon that Tao Chu had transformed from those leaves that day. No. Lone Moon shook his head. This competition is so formal, there must be specialized people to examine it. What's more, this is the end of the void. These people are all from different planes. We don't know each other's situation. If someone sees through us, it will be even more troublesome. And there's not enough time. I Ching's expression darkened. Indeed, before finding the spirit seed, it was better not to expose themselves. If it really doesn't work, we'll just spend money to hire someone. Lone Moon frowned. Let's get through the first competition first. Anyway, they weren't going for the prize. That's the only way. I Ching nodded. Shining, who was at the side, suddenly spoke. Why don't we ask Buggy? The 2 of them paused and turned around abruptly. Instantly, they thought of the insect that was giving out the advertisement this morning and was almost pinched to death by Shining. Good idea. It's indeed suitable. Lone Moon immediately took out the advertisement board from this morning. Fortunately, he didn't throw it away. With that insect's cowardly look, there was indeed no one more suitable than him. Let's go, we'll go find someone. No, find Buggy now. So the few of them followed the address on the advertisement board and found their way to a shop at the entrance of the alley. Before they entered the shop, they saw Buggy, who was smiling warmly at the entrance of the shop. He was still giving out the advertisement boards diligently. The 2 antennae on his head were tied with a unique bow. Hey! Shining waved a hand in greeting. Buggy's smile froze instantly. His legs turned to jelly and he knelt down. The wooden signboards in his hands fell to the ground. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Illusion, yes. This must be an illusion. Brother Buggy, do me a favor. Lone Moon smiled brightly. No, I'm begging you to do me a favor. Wake me up, thank you. Chapter 575. Until the next day when he was dragged to Immortal Spirit Academy, Buggy still couldn't believe that he was still alive. Ever since he saw that woman at the inn yesterday, he almost instantly felt the fear from his bloodline. As a member of the insect race, he naturally knew that was a warning from his genes. No. It was a cry. The genes he inherited repeatedly sent him the same message: die, 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 die. He swore in the name of the queen that the person in front of him was definitely the legendary demon king of his race. And this inheritance of the insect race had never been wrong. Since there was such a premonition, then without a doubt, he would definitely die in the hands of the person in front of him. He didn't even think of resisting, because he clearly understood that he couldn't resist at all. But something miraculous happened. The other party didn't make a move, he just tied his tentacles into a knot and then left. He thought it was the queen's blessing that he didn't die right away, until 2 days later, he met that person in front of the shop again. This time, an even more violent cry came from their bloodline: they must definitely die. But a miracle happened again, the other party still didn't make a move on him. Just when he was wondering when the other party would make a move, by the time he reacted, he was already at the entrance of Immortal Spirit Academy. He even said he wanted to form a team with him to participate in the competition. Only then did he understand, the other party seemed not to want to kill him. Buggy touched his own hard body with lingering fear. He was really still alive. Don't worry, I promise you'll be fine. Lone Moon could tell what this silly insect was thinking with one look. He patted his shoulder and said, "You just have to follow us." Buggy looked at Lone Moon, then turned to look at I Ching at the side, finally plucking up his courage to look timidly at the person nibbling on a fruit at the side. The cracking sounds made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he then asked weakly, "I won't die?" "No." Lone Moon nodded. "Won't get his legs broken?" "No." "Won't be dismembered?" "No." "Won't be exterminated?" "No." No. How heavy was the trauma of his race? Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His legs had regained some strength. Finally, he did not need Chef to drag him along. However, he still did not dare to take another step closer to Shining. He hid weakly beside Lone Moon, trying his best to reduce his presence. When Lone Moon saw that he had settled Buggy, he then had the mood to size up the surroundings. There were many people participating in the preliminary round today. It was much more spectacular than when they were queuing up for registration. The entire mountain top was densely packed with people. Moreover, there were people dressed in all kinds of clothes. Some wore long robes like them, some wore gorgeous clothes, some wore modern clothes, and some wore all kinds of strange clothes. It was only then that he truly felt the chaos of the void end. It felt like he was looking at a historical painting, with people from different planes mixed together. Fortunately, most of them were still with them. Furthermore, he could faintly sense that some of them had the aura of spiritual chi or immortal chi. Especially the group of people at the very front. They were all dressed in blue robes, similar to the ones in charge of registration in Immortal Spirit Academy. He could roughly guess that these people could be disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. They all had spiritual chi and immortal chi on them. He suddenly guessed what this academy was teaching. It was probably the same as them, cultivation methods. For a moment, he felt more at ease. This competition was probably similar to cultivation. The entire mountain top looked like there were almost thousands of people, each occupying a side. The number of people varied. There were at least a dozen, and at most hundreds of disciples. Lone Moon and the others, who only had 4 people, looked a little pitiful. There were so many people. It seemed like Buggy was right. This Immortal Spirit Academy was indeed very prestigious. They came rather late. Before long, the gates of Immortal Spirit Academy opened. A few elders with immortal chi walked out. Lone Moon took a closer look and realized that they were all mystic immortals. The highest one was only a Stygian immortal. He looked like the person in charge of the academy. They did not say much. After a few opening remarks, they directly announced the start of the competition. 4 of them walked out at the same time. They directly flew up on their swords and began to form seals. In a short while, a huge array appeared in the sky. The array became brighter and brighter. Then, the air distorted. In a short while, an entrance that looked like a mystic realm appeared. Then, the ground shook. A huge white stone tablet slowly rose up. It was erected directly below the entrance of the mystic realm. Among the few elders, the Stygian immortal with the highest cultivation took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a small triangular flag appeared. Then, he began to explain in a loud voice. Distinguished disciples of the Academy. For this first competition, you need to enter the mystic realm in groups of 4. There are a total of 100 array flags like the one in my hand in the mystic realm. As long as you obtain any array flag within 10 days and persist until 10 days later, you will be considered to have one. He glanced at the people present and continued. This mystic realm is very dangerous. There are countless beasts. I believe that all of you have a competition token. If you really encounter a crisis that you cannot solve, you can break the wooden token and leave the mystic realm. But if you leave the mystic realm in advance, your entire team will be eliminated, even if you have an array flag. He explained the rules in detail. Then, he pointed to the blank stone tablet and said, the competition will begin now. All you need to do is to place your competition token in front of the stone tablet. Once you have verified your qualifications, you can enter the mystic realm. As soon as he said that, the teams closest to the stone tablet immediately took their competition tokens and walked towards the stone tablet. They began to fight to be the first to enter the mystic realm. After all, the earlier one entered the mystic realm, the faster one could find the array flags without an owner. In less than half a minute, the square that was originally filled with people was reduced by more than half. Lone Moon turned back to look at the group of Immortal Academy disciples. They did not seem to be in a hurry. Not a single one of them moved. Seeing that most of the people in the square had left, Lone Moon led the few of them towards the stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was just a recording token. He took out his competition token and swept it across the stone tablet. Immediately, the words, Invincible Academy, appeared on the stone tablet. It was lined up at the bottom left. Just like the other academies, there was a 0 written below it. Lone Moon thought about it carefully. This should be a record of the number of array flags obtained. And the wooden token in his hand was also divided into 4. The words, Invincible Academy, appeared on each of them. He passed one to each of them. Without further ado, he gave I Ching a look behind him. Then, carrying Buggy behind him, he rode on his sword and entered the mystic realm above. Chapter 576. At the entrance of Immortal Academy. The Stygian immortal who had just announced the rules was taken aback, looking in the direction of the 4 people who disappeared into the mystic realm. What's wrong? Teacher Yin. Someone beside him asked. He then turned back and smiled. I just didn't expect that among the participating academies this time, there are actually cultivator disciples too. He actually has a cultivator as a disciple. Moreover, he seems to be very proficient in sword techniques. Looking at how the 2 of them rode their swords smoothly, as if it was as simple as walking, this must be achieved with a certain level of control over swordsmanship. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but in that instant, he felt that the aura of the 2 was a bit too thick, even, far stronger than his. There are so many academies in the world, it's not strange to have one person who specializes in swordsmanship. The person beside him said again, the Academy's disciples are going in too. That's true. He didn't think too much about it, and just thought that he had seen wrongly, turning to focus on his own academy's disciples. I wonder who can get the first place in this combined competition. Inside the mystic realm. Lone Moon flew into the mystic realm, only to feel that the scenery in front of him changed. In the next instant he was in a dense forest. It was lonely all around, only the sound of water flowing in the small river beside him could be heard. The various academy's disciples who came in together had all disappeared, probably because they were teleported to different places. Lone Moon's heart skipped a beat, instinctively turning back to look for a certain permanent missing person. In the next moment he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily Shining was still here. Not lost. It seemed that people from the same team would be teleported to the same place. It was indeed a team competition. But it was obvious that this was the preliminary round. The chances of elimination were quite high. He had to say that this competition was indeed a little scheming. Although it looked like a team competition, it was actually an individual competition. After all, there were only 100 array flags, which meant that only 100 people could pass. And there were 4 people in a team. It was impossible for all teams to be so lucky that all 4 of them could get array flags. And the other party even gave them 10 days' time. It was clear that finding the array flags was not a difficult thing. What was difficult was to guard till the end. It could be foreseen how intense this competition would be in the last few days. Plus the map of this mystic realm was not very big. They would meet eventually. It would not be easy to survive till the end. 3 great immortals, where do we go first? Seeing the 3 of them standing on the spot without moving for a long while, Buggy could not help but ask. I'm not leaving. Lone Moon answered. Ah. What did he mean? He wasn't going to compete anymore. The flat land by the river is not bad. Lone Moon looked up at the sky and said seriously, let's have lunch first. What the hell? Buggy was taken aback, thinking that he was joking. When he turned his head to look, he realized that the person behind him had already started to turn around, taking out pots and pans. What are you guys doing here? Buggy was dumbfounded, seeing that they had even laid out the table. He couldn't help but step forward and say, Great Immortal, even if we want to eat, let's go somewhere else. We can't stay by the river. Why? Lone Moon asked subconsciously. Buggy said matter-of-factly, because as long as there's a river, there's bound to be strange beasts and aquatic creatures, as well as all sorts of strange fish that can eat humans. Fish. Lone Moon paused. That's right. Buggy said nervously, those fish-shaped beasts are not easy to deal with. We need. Before he could finish, Lone Moon suddenly turned and shouted at I Ching, Chef, there's fish in the river. I Ching's eyes lit up. He turned and picked up his spatula, walking towards the river. Ha! Wait a minute. Why was he walking over there the more he talked? It's dangerous, don't go to the river. He had only spoken halfway when he saw the other party's hand turn, waving the spatula forcefully towards the river surface, only to hear a loud rumbling sound. The entire river surface instantly exploded into a water curtain of over 10 meters. The entire river surface instantly dried up by half. The next moment, he only felt that there was suddenly an additional patch on the ground, shadows of various sizes. There were even under his feet, and they were getting bigger and bigger. He subconsciously looked up, a sky full of fish-shaped beasts, falling down like rain. His heart tightened. He couldn't dodge in time. With a splat, a fish that was even bigger than his body smashed down on his head. His legs gave way. He was directly smacked onto the ground. So heavy, it felt like his carapace was about to be crushed. He was instantly pressed down and couldn't get up. He was about to call for help when his body lightened. The fish was directly lifted up. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he happened to see Shen Ying's face. When he looked up, his body trembled out of habit, suddenly feeling that it was better to be pressed down. Chef, eat this one today. Shen Ying had already turned towards I Ching and raised the fish in her hand. This one was the biggest. Yes, master. Chef then walked back and took the fish from Shenying's hand, then turned to pick up the others. Only then did Buggy see that the entire riverbank was filled with all sorts of fish. The smallest was at least tens of catties. The originally most ferocious aquatic beasts were now like salted fish being dried in the sun, covering the entire ground. A few other people's relaxed conversation also reached their ears. This one is suitable for braising, that one can be steamed, boiling this one is also not bad. Chef, why don't you make a few more? Yes, master, no problem, master. Buggy. These were all exotic beasts, not fish. He suddenly felt that his common sense was being tested. He turned to look at a certain someone who was still grabbing the spatula and bending over to pick up the fish. That was definitely not an ordinary spatula, it must be some kind of Dharma treasure, that's why he could catch so many beasts with a light wave. Buggy felt that he had discovered the truth. The two who finished picking up the fish had already turned back to sit at the table, replenishing the free ingredients again. Chef's cooking speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, a few dishes were already served. Not knowing if it was because of the beasts, the dishes made were especially fragrant. For a moment, the entire river bank was filled with the aroma of food. As half a supplier who reminded them that there were fish in the river, Buggy was very honored to have a seat at the dining table. Of course, whether he could snatch the food was another matter. The few of them were just about to start eating when suddenly a gust of wind blew. 4 figures dressed in blue appeared at the side. 3 men and 1 woman seemed to have come riding on the wind. They were looking at the 3 people at the dining table with a shocked expression. Lomon's eyes narrowed. He turned to sweep a glance at the 4 people, looking at their clothes. They should be from Immortal Academy. Sorry to disturb fellow Taoists. The taller man among the 4 took a step forward and said politely with cupped fists. May I ask if the few of you managed to hunt a red-scented fish beast earlier? Lone Moon tightened the fan in his hand before saying, we did hunt a fish beast in the river earlier. As for what kind of fish it was, he didn't know. Yet the 4 of them were overjoyed. There was even a hint of excitement. That man even hurriedly asked, fellow Taoists, we have a presumptuous request. Can we ask the few of you to transfer a fish beast to us? We can pay, even double the price. Chapter 577. From his tone, it was as if he knew that they had more than one fish in their hands. Lone Moon thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Sure. With that said, he waved his hand, and a fish the size of a table appeared on the grass at the side. Is this the fish beast you want? The 4's eyes lit up, staring at the fish on the ground, nodding hard. That's right, that's it, this is the red-scented fish beast. Then how much do you intend to pay for it? Lone Moon smiled kindly, looking at their expressions. He didn't expect that the ingredients that Chef casually found would be worth so much. That tall man walked forward happily as he took out the money bag beside him and said, the red-scented fish beast used to be sold for 100,000 void coins in Yang City. I. He looked at his own money bag and said carefully, I have 230,000 void coins now. Is that all right? With that said, he handed over the bag. Lone Moon took a look. Was a fish so expensive originally? He was thinking if he should let Chef buy more later, and didn't reply for a moment. But the tall man panicked, thinking that he was short. He turned back to look at the other 3 anxiously. If fellow Taoist thinks it's too little, we still have more. With that said, the other 3 all took out the bags beside them, counted them and handed them over together. A total of 400,000 void coins, is that all right? If it's not enough, we'll make up for it after the competition, we'll sign an IOU, we'll definitely return it to you. The others all nodded, looking at him with pleading eyes. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he saw someone take the initiative to increase the price during a negotiation. What kind of new nouveau riche bargaining method was this? Little friends, you're exaggerating. He replied with a light smile. Although I promised to sell it to you, I naturally won't go back on my word. I just don't know why you're in such a hurry to get this fish beast. With that said, a desolate expression appeared on the four's faces. After a while they replied, "It's like this, we have a good friend who suffered some injuries a while ago, and it took a long time for him to recover. It's rumored that the fish bones of the red-scented fish have the effect of connecting the meridians and tendons, so we want to buy one." I see. So it was to save someone. I won't hide it from you. Actually, we've been searching for a few months in Yang City, but unfortunately, we haven't found anyone selling this kind of fish beast. He explained in a low voice, his eyes looking at the fish on the ground. This red-scented fish beast has a strange fragrance, and it has always lived in groups. There are thousands of them in a group. Without dozens of people, it was impossible to capture it. Therefore, even merchants who specialized in hunting beasts would not easily capture it. That's why it's always been in short supply. Although he didn't know how they managed to hunt it with just 4 people. However, being able to buy one was already a pleasant surprise for them. I see. Lone Moon nodded. No wonder they felt that chef's dishes were especially fragrant today. It was because of the ingredients. They were so sure that they had other fish beasts with them. They must have smelled the aroma and knew that they had encountered a school of fish. He suddenly thought of something and asked in a deep voice, "You only need the bones of this fish?" The 4 of them were taken aback, but they still nodded. Indeed. Wait. He stood up directly and turned to walk towards chef's temporary cooking bench. He looked around, then bent down and dragged a several meters long bone from behind the cooking bench. This fish bone is bigger than that fish. What do you guys think about me selling this fish bone to you? The 4 of them were stunned, and then their faces turned into wild joy. This, such a big fish bone, could this be the red-scented fish king? Definitely, such a big one must be the fish king. And looking at the color of this bone, it's at least 500 years old. Heavens! There hasn't been a 500-year-old fish king in Yang City. Brother Wen Xian can be saved this time. He'll definitely get better. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. Their eyes were full of stars. Since you only want the fish bone, I'll give you a discount. 200,000 void coins will do. As he spoke, he directly reached out and took the bag from the tall man's hand, and stuffed the fish bone into his hand. Then he turned and kept the fish on the ground. Luckily Chef didn't throw the bone away just now. A fish was exchanged for 200,000 void coins. This was a good deal. The 4 of them became even more excited. They carefully kept the fish bone and then looked at Lone Moon gratefully. "Thank you, fellow Daoist. The 4 of us will never forget your help this time. When our good friend recovers, we'll definitely pay you a visit to thank you." With that said, they were about to kneel down. "Fellow Daoist, you're too serious." Lone Moon hurriedly helped them up. He smiled sincerely. "It's nothing, don't stand on ceremony." "No, we understand fellow Daoist's intentions." The other party said even more seriously. "The red-scented fish king is rare, and the fish king is even rarer. We've taken advantage of fellow Daoist this time. We'll definitely remember it. As for this money..." He turned and stuffed the other few money bags over. "Fellow Daoist, please don't accept all of them." "How can this be? Fellow Daoist, please don't decline." "This, all right." Lone Moon then put the remaining few bags of void coins into his own pocket reluctantly. "Shening, Iching, Buggy, Profiteer. I still don't know how to address you, fellow Daoist." The tall one's face was full of gratitude. He then introduced himself. "I'm Ling Hong, a disciple of Immortal Academy. These 2 are my good friends, and Hao, Meng Fan. This is my younger sister Ling Fei. Lone Moon was thinking if he should take the opportunity to sell them some elixirs. Just as he was about to reply, a sarcastic male voice came from the sky. I was wondering who alarmed the school of red-scented fish. So it's the famous trash from Team 3. Ling Hong's excited expression turned pale. He looked up at the 4 people who suddenly appeared in the sky. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Lone Moon looked up and saw 4 men dressed in the same long blue robes as Ling Hong and the rest. They were standing in mid-air on their swords. They were looking down at the few people below them with a face full of sarcasm. I heard that Ling Wenxian was bitten by a beast previously. He's already crippled. I can't believe that you bunch of trash still dare to participate in the competition. The man flying at the front laughed coldly. He looked at the 4 of them with an even more sarcastic gaze. Could it be that you think that you bunch of 3rd-level trash can still get the array flag? The moment he said that, the 3 behind him burst into laughter. Ling Hong and the rest paled even more. They clenched their fists by their sides. The only girl at the side, Ling Fei, could not take it anymore. She took a step forward and said, Ren Qing. We're all disciples of Immortal Academy. So what if we're from Team 3? Don't look down on us. Ha! So what if I look down on you? That person laughed even more arrogantly. Ling Wenxian was always with you guys. No wonder he's also a trash now. Just nice to join you guys. Chapter 578. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Fei was exasperated and was about to step forward when Ling Hong pulled her back. How am I spouting nonsense? Ling Wenxian is a cripple now, just like you guys. Oh no. He thought of something and the malice in his eyes deepened. I heard that all the meridians in his legs are broken, even walking is a problem, he's worse than a cripple now. You. Ling Fei was so angry that tears came out. The other party became even more arrogant. Oh right, I smelled the fragrance of the red-scented fish beast just now, don't tell me you guys are still thinking of curing him. He swept a glance at the 4 of them and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no trace of the fish beast on the ground. He continued, just the few of you cripples and you want to catch the red-scented fish beast, you're really dreaming. I think you guys had better persuade Ling Wenxian to give up, after all he's already a cripple, it's better to die early. Ren Qing. This time, not only Ling Fei, even the other 2 people shouted angrily and even drew out their weapons. Why? Are you angry, you want to fight? But the other party still looked fearless. Just a few disciples from the 3rd team and you want to challenge us from the heavenly team, ha ha ha, what a joke. Alright, come on, if you're so capable, why don't you fight? Fight me if you can, Before he could finish his words, a sudden pressure swept towards them. Before they could react, a wave of pressure swept towards them. Before they could react, their legs trembled and with a few thuds, they fell directly from the sky, and they even landed face down. The few of them got a fright and hurriedly climbed up and drew out their weapons. Who is it? Who plotted against me? They looked around and finally noticed the 4 people sitting around the table and eating beside Ling Hong. He was the one who requested to fight, it had nothing to do with them. Ren Qing's expression darkened as he looked back and forth at the 4 of them. He first looked at Yi Qing and Lone Moon, then turned away after a while and finally fixed his gaze on Buggy. It's you. Buggy who didn't even get any soup. Meow meow meow. What has it got to do with Buggy? He didn't do anything. You're a bug. The other party looked like he was facing a formidable enemy as he looked straight at Buggy. What do you mean? Want to stand up for them? Ha! Buggy was dumbfounded. Stand out. I say, little friend, don't be so angry. Lone Moon finally turned to look at him and said casually, can't we talk things out? Why did he have to stand so high? Although he did have an imposing manner, but you have to shout to talk. Don't you feel tired? Ren Qing's heart felt stifled, and his face instantly turned red. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little tired, and a little thirsty, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What has it got to do with you? Can't he just stand tall? Originally, it had nothing to do with us." Lone Moon was full. He looked up at the foodie who had not stopped eating. The corners of his eyes curved, and he put down the chopsticks in his hand. He smiled and said, "But just now when you were standing up there, you kept talking and talking in this direction. Your saliva flew everywhere. We were still eating down there. Don't you think this is very unhygienic?" The moment he said that, Shining and Chef's chopsticks froze at the same time. Suddenly, he felt that every dish was covered with a thick layer of a certain someone's saliva. Shining, Qing, MMP. How were they supposed to eat? Father Nyo was definitely doing it on purpose. Buggy didn't mind at all, and even looked delighted. He finally managed to snatch some food. Their insect race had always lived rough lives, they could eat anything and didn't mind at all. You. Ren Qing's expression turned even uglier. He was after all educated, he still had some face. Yet he couldn't find the words to rebut, and could only blush, looking embarrassed and anxious. After a while, he found his voice and said, "Humph. Where did this little academy disciple come from? Do you think you can win just by teaming up with an insect race?" He glanced at Buggy viciously, and when he saw the butterfly knot on the other's antennae, he stiffened again. After a while, he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes lit up. He pointed at the other and said, "I thought it was some powerful insect race, so it's just a scouting insect." Buggy's expression darkened, and he was instantly a little angry. So what if it was a scouting insect? Why did he look down on scouting insects? He was the smartest among all the insects. Ren Qing's heart relaxed, and then he laughed maniacally, looking at Ling Hong with even more sarcasm. "Ha ha ha ha. Ling Hong, you found such a backing. Scouting insects were the weakest among the insect race. If it were any other insect race, they might still be wary." "Ren Qing, don't spout nonsense." Ling Hong frowned. "I've just met these few by chance, they're not from our academy." "So what if they're not from the academy?" Ren Qing clearly didn't believe him, and laughed even more sarcastically. "To be able to hang around with you, they're probably the same kind of trash." "You." Ling Hong was exasperated. Ling Fei on the other side couldn't help but speak up. "These few are people who can catch the red-scented fish beast. If you say they're trash, then what are you? You catch a fish beast for us to see too. Little Fei." Ling Hong was shocked, and wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. As expected, Ren Qing's expression changed. "You guys really caught the red-scented fish beast?" He turned to look in Buggy's direction with a shocked expression, and then his expression changed again. "Humph, with just the few of you and a scouting insect, I don't believe it." "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Ling Fei said directly. Ren Qing's expression darkened, and for some reason, he swept a glance at Buggy again and laughed coldly. If this insect race is really so strong, then a small matter like finding the array flag would definitely not be a problem. I wonder if you found the array flag. Take it out and let us broaden our horizons. The people behind him also started to make a ruckus, certain that they were putting on an act. "Yes, take it out for us to see. What's the fish beast? The array flag is the main point, right?" "That's right, this is a competition. If you get the array flag, we'll be convinced by you. Hurry and take it out, don't tell me you don't have it." They said hurriedly, and even looked at Buggy, their gazes full of disdain. Buggy started to panic, even Lone Moon frowned. These few people were really very arrogant. Instead, Chef at the side suddenly grabbed a handful of something and threw it in front of Buggy, throwing it onto the table with a thud. Here. On the table, there were a few triangular little flags with the word, Immortal Spirit, written on them. There were a total of 6 of them, and they even gave off a faint stench of blood. Ren Qing, Ling Hong, Buggy, there really was it, and it was a whole bunch. Ren Qing's expression turned green, and his entire person froze, looking at the pile of array flags with a look of disbelief. This was impossible. The Mystic Realm had only been open for less than an hour, and they actually found 6 array flags. Ling Hong's expression lit up, and he retorted sarcastically, "Don't you want to look at the array flags? How is it, have you seen them clearly?" Chapter 579. Ren Qing's face turned green and white, looking even uglier. Ling Hong laughed lightly and continued to look at the other party. "Ren Qing, let me give you a piece of advice, don't be too extreme in everything you do. So what if you're in the Heaven team now? Can you guarantee that you won't fall one day? Don't forget what position you were in before. Even if you don't remember, do we remember it clearly? You." The other party's expression became uglier and uglier, looking at the 4 of them with an even more vicious gaze. "Alright, I'll wait and see, how are you going to protect these array flags with this insect?" With that said, he snorted coldly, turned and brought the 4 of them away on their swords. Yet Buggy was still looking at the flags on the table in disbelief, asking subconsciously, "This? How did it get here? I want to know too." Lone Moon also turned to look over. They just came in and didn't even move from the place. They didn't specially look for the array flags. Yet Chef spoke with a natural expression. "When I was cutting the fish just now, I saw it in its stomach." Lone Moon, so, the array flags for this competition were actually hidden in the bodies of these demon beasts. Indeed, Glutton saved the world. With these array flags, we can pass the first round of the competition. Buggy's face was full of surprise, of course, as long as they weren't snatched away in these 10 days. He hurriedly picked up the array flags on the table and handed them to Shining beside him with a fawning expression. "Great Immortal, here." Shining frowned in disdain, perhaps because they had stayed in the fish's stomach. The flags all carried a fishy smell, so she turned to look at Ling Hong and the rest beside her. "Want? For you." "Ah. Ah." Ling Hong was stunned, looking as if he had heard something wrong. "You're giving it to us." "That's right. But these are the array flags for passing," he reminded. "I know." Shining nodded, the smell was too strong, she didn't want it. But. He couldn't think of a reason after a long while, and could only look towards Lone Moon. "Take it." Lone Moon said nonchalantly, "We don't lack these array flags. Just take it as an extra for the fish bones you just bought." Ling Hong turned to look at the other 3 and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It was not good for him to reject them anymore. Instead, he felt even more grateful towards them. He cupped his fists and said, "Then, we thank you very much, fellow Taoists." As he spoke, he picked up the array flags on the table and directly pinched a dust removal technique. First, he cleaned the array flags, picked up 4 of the array flags, turned around and distributed them to the teammates behind him, and then handed 2 of them back. "There are only 4 of us, so we only need 4 flags. As for the remaining 2," he said with a serious expression, "although your cultivation is high and we are far inferior to you, we might not care about these 2 flags. However, it was still early, so it was better to keep it just in case. Of course, if there are any accidents in the future, you can take back the 4 flags in our hands at any time." His face was full of sincerity. Lone Moon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Only then did he take back the remaining 2 flags. "All right. It looked like these people had good temperaments. At least they were not greedy. They were grateful and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Originally, he sold the fish bones to them because they were disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. He thought that they might be of use in the future regarding the spirit seed. Oh right. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned back to look at his sister Ling Fei. With a troubled and slightly guilty expression, he said, "Just now, my sister Ling Fei spoke carelessly and said that you guys had hunted the red-scented fish monster. That Rin Qing has an old grudge with us. He will definitely spread the news to everyone. In addition to the array flags in our hands. I'm afraid it will attract many covetous eyes and bring trouble to you guys." He directly voiced out his worries. Ling Fei, who was at the side, also thought of this and knew that she had done something wrong. Instantly, her face turned pale and she looked at them in a panic. It's my fault." She looked like she was about to cry. No matter. Lone Moon didn't mind. Those fish had their own unique fragrance. Even if they didn't say it, those people would have thought of it after they left. So it had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they really weren't worried, especially after they knew that the array flags were with the beasts. You don't have to blame yourselves. No. Ling Hong said a little agitatedly, this matter started because of us. Although our cultivation levels are not high enough, but I hope that fellow Daoist will allow us to travel with you. Even if we can only help a little. Travel with you. Lone Man's eyes narrowed. Fellow Daoist, don't misunderstand. Afraid that they would think that he was going to rely on them, Ling Hong took out an item and added, although our cultivation levels are not high enough, we are disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. Everyone from our academy has a communication token like this. This can show the location of our fellow disciples within a 10-mile radius. Although we can't defend against people from other academies, we can still help if we avoid people from Immortal Spirit Academy. In this mystic realm, most of the people were disciples from Immortal Spirit Academy. Oh. Lone Man's interest was piqued. He glanced at the communication token in his hand. You're saying, you can contact all the disciples in our sect? Indeed. He nodded. I see. Lone Moon suddenly broke into a smile. As if spring had returned, his entire body was filled with warmth. His eyes instantly narrowed into a thin line. Just now you said, this red-scented fish beast is very rare, right? Ling Hong was stunned for a moment. He nodded subconsciously. Yes. Yes. Why did he feel that his smile was a little strange? Suddenly, he had a misconception that something was missing. Come, tell me in detail. Lone Moon smiled even more happily. He had a premonition that a large amount of cash was swarming towards him. The master and disciple beside him, Master, don't tell me Father Nyo wants to do business here, 100%. Then could he have forgotten what we came in for? Ha! What did we come in for? I Ching, buggy, asterisk 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 on the stone tablet outside the mystic realm. The name, Immortal Spirit Academy Division 23, that was written at the bottom of the stone tablet suddenly lit up. Then, it rose directly to the top of the stone tablet. Below the name, there was a small circle of 4. Following closely behind the name was the name, Invincible Academy. Below it was written, 2. Right now, the people outside the mystic realm were all the teachers of the various academies. The change on the stone tablet instantly attracted everyone's attention. They were all shocked. 4 array flags. A teacher smiled at the few people from Immortal Spirit Academy. It's only been an hour since you entered the mystic realm and you've already obtained 4 array flags. You're indeed the disciples of Immortal Spirit Academy. Teacher Lee, you're too kind. The Stygian immortal from Immortal Spirit Academy took a look and was also stunned. Perhaps you're just lucky and happened to encounter 4 array flags. He smiled politely as he replied. He was surprised as well. He didn't expect that the first to obtain 4 array flags would actually be disciples from the 3rd team. Chapter 580. It wasn't that the teachers of the academy looked down on the people in Group 3, but that the academy's competition this time was divided into groups according to strength, and according to heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, A, B, C, D, and so on. To be able to get to Group 3, one could imagine that their strength was not that great. To get 4 array flags in just an hour, he wouldn't be surprised if it was the heaven group, but Group 3 was indeed surprising. Teacher Yen is too humble, who doesn't know the strength of Immortal Academy? There are even more crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the academy. Looks like the champion of this league will definitely be Immortal Academy. The teachers of the other academies also started to flatter them. Building a good relationship with Immortal Academy was the main purpose of these people coming. So a new wave of commercial flattery began. I wonder what kind of big clan this Invincible Academy is. They got 2 array flags in such a short time. Someone noticed Invincible Academy, which was ranked below Immortal Academy, and asked, "Has anyone heard of this academy?" But no one responded, and after a few words of discussion, they didn't pay too much attention, and quickly turned their attention to the other groups. But the situation in the next few days made these teachers of the academy who were waiting to watch from outside a little confused. Especially the people of Immortal Academy. They originally thought that the people in Group 3 were just lucky, and that was why they got 4 array flags in the beginning. If they were lucky, they could stay out of the Mystic Realm for 10 days, if they were unlucky, they would be teleported out after being robbed. Anyway, this number could not change anymore. After all, the disciples in Group 3 were already very lucky to get 4 array flags. They couldn't hide in time to let others find them, they couldn't take the risk to rob more. But soon, they were slapped in the face. The number below seemed to be spasming, not decreasing, but increasing. In just one day, it rose to 10. On the 2nd day, it reached 20, on the 3rd day it was a little slower, but it was still close to 30, and on the 5th day, the number had already risen to 40. 40 array flags, that was almost half of the total number. This time, the crowd wasn't surprised, but rather doubted the authenticity of this competition. A team of 4 could get 40 array flags in less than half the time of the competition. This was too illogical. The key was that the number of array flags never showed any signs of decreasing, unless they were cheating, otherwise how could this happen? For a moment, the teachers of Immortal Academy received a bunch of questioning looks. The teachers wanted to cry but had no tears. They didn't know what was going on either. Why did Team C suddenly erupt? However, cheating was absolutely impossible. Although the other party was their disciple, this was a joint competition that they were hosting. If there was any cheating, it would definitely damage their reputation. It was simply impossible for them to do such a stupid thing. Moreover, they were not fools. Even if they wanted to cheat, there was no need to do it so obviously. The stone tablet clearly stated that all 40 array flags were in one team. Wasn't this just slapping their own faces? However, logic was logic. Such a crazy increase in the number of array flags could not stop the doubts and speculations of the crowd. However, they couldn't see what was going on inside the secret realm. The Immortal Spirit Academy had no choice but to bitterly investigate the disciples who had been eliminated in advance. Although no one wanted to reduce everyone's suspicions, they still had to be fair. This was especially true for the disciples of their own academies. However, they were unable to find out the reason at all. The answers given by these disciples who had been eliminated in advance were that they didn't know, weren't clear, and didn't understand. Was there such a thing? This kind of answer. The other academies were even more adamant that they had never seen any disciples from the third group of the Immortal Spirit Academy. There was also nothing special happening inside. And they didn't know if it was an illusion, but they felt that these disciples who had been eliminated in advance did not seem to be very regretful or sad. They even seemed a little excited. This investigation did not yield any results. And the number of array flags in the Immortal Spirit Academy C23 group was still increasing. On the 8th day, it had already increased to 68 array flags. Only a small number were scattered among the various groups. Everyone, what the hell? However, at this time, something big had indeed happened in the secret realm. Something big that made the entire mystic realm go crazy. The cause was an unfamiliar voice that rang through the communication cards of the Immortal Spirit Academy disciples. However, it made one's heart surge for no reason. Attention, attention! 50% discount on exotic beasts is a huge sale. Exotic beasts that originally cost 1 million or 2 million void coins are now being sold at 50%. 500,000. 500,000. Yes. You didn't hear wrongly. It's 500,000. You won't lose out if you buy it for 500,000. You won't be cheated for 500,000. But you can buy a whole, fresh beast from the mystic realm. Whether it's the red-scented fish beast, horned cloud beast, standing rolling wind beast, 9 dots rouge beast, as long as you want to buy it, we have all of them here. There are many breeds and we are honest. Today, we are only open for 4 hours. First come, first served. Sold out. The first buyer will get a double discount. On top of the 50% discount, another 50% discount. This is a rare opportunity. Hurry to the small river on the east side of the mystic realm to buy it. When they first heard it, everyone was dumbfounded. They silently scolded him for being crazy. He actually put up such an advertisement in the competition mystic realm. But when some of them were really bored and went to explore out of curiosity, they really bought the exotic beasts they needed. One must know that these were exotic beasts. Every part of their body was a treasure. Their muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and blood all had their own special effects. They were all priceless in the world. After all, exotic beasts were ferocious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would risk their life to hunt them. But they didn't expect that there would be such an idiot in the mystic realm. Not only were they selling them openly, they were also selling them at such a low price. Whoever didn't buy them would be an idiot. At first, only the Immortal Spirit Academy disciples knew about it. They also wanted to keep the news to themselves and take advantage of it. They wanted to buy as many as they could. But after all, they were here for the competition. Those who brought huge sums of money with them had to have the money to buy more. They had no choice. Those who were on good terms could only borrow from each other. Of course, they could not borrow from their own academy. Others wanted to buy as well. So they could only borrow from those who did not know about it. As time went by, the news naturally spread. So the entire mystic realm went crazy. There was a long queue at the small river and they started buying. Damn the competition. How could buying exotic beasts be more important? Ling Hong and the other 3 who were temporarily recruited by Lone Moon were extremely busy. At first, they were dumbfounded. Later, they felt that these exotic beasts were too cheap. In the end, they got used to it. They could even draw inferences about other things from one instance. Fellow Daoist, these are fire-type exotic beasts. I still have a few here. Do you want to buy a few more? Fellow Daoist, our exotic beasts are sold at a fixed price. If you don't buy them, they will be gone tomorrow. Fellow Daoist, do you want to see them alive? What do you mean there are no spirit beast bags? It's okay. We sell them here too. Fellow Daoist, you know how to tame beasts. Do you want to see the cubs? And the unhatched eggs? Do you want to understand them? Chapter 581. The few of them even specially set up a stage to display their goods in all directions. And Lone Moon and the other three sat around the back, leisurely eating their meals. But Father Nyo forcibly increased the time that Chef went out to find ingredients from an hour to 2 hours. At first, I Ching was unwilling. Although he was used to going out to find ingredients, these were all prepared for Master. Why should he take them out to sell? Did Chef and foodies have dignity too? Count it as wages, and add 3 times the food expenses. Lone Moon held out 3 fingers. All right. A certain disciple instantly gave in. Dignity is not as important as food. So the mystic realm that was originally full of ferocious beasts, all kinds of beasts were disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Almost more than 80% of the people who entered the mystic realm bought one, or half a beast, or bought a beast in the form of shares. Such a hot scene lasted until the 8th day. At this time, more than half of the people in the mystic realm were gone, and of course the beasts were gone too. Everyone received another message in their communication cards. Attention, attention, a big sale of array flags. Want to qualify for the pass? Pass array flags, only 100 void coins, only 30 pieces sold. First come, first served, sold out. Support for IOU transactions. Everyone who heard the message was stunned, and then suddenly remembered. Holy shit. So they were competing. They completely forgot about this. These days, they only cared about queuing, and some even waited for a few nights. They completely forgot about the array flags. But everyone was still optimistic. With beasts, the array flags did not matter. Anyway, not everyone could get first place, they had already profited. There were even some people who were afraid that the beasts in their hands would be snatched away, and there were many people who deliberately self-destructed. Apart from some elite disciples of large academies, after all, under elite education, there were still many responsible people who would disguise themselves to buy array flags. So although the array flag business was not as popular as before, more than 60 flags were still sold out. Hence, the crowd outside the mystic realm saw that the name, Immortal Academy C23, which had originally been pushed to the top, finally dropped in a straight line within 2 days. The number also dropped from the initial 60-something to 4, and it was sandwiched between the other names. The surrounding teachers were dumbfounded, but they couldn't figure out the reason. Those who came out in advance didn't say anything because they wanted to keep the news that they had treasures with them a secret. After all, they were here on behalf of the academy, and they might have to hand them over if they told the truth. Finally, the people inside wouldn't say anything. Nonsense. The array flags were all bought. Could it be that he directly told others that he had cheated? Even when Ling Hong and the other 3 were called in for questioning, they insisted that they did not know anything and that they were just lucky to find out about the array flags at the last moment. Therefore, in the end, the Immortal Spirit Academy could only give an explanation. There was a mistake in the array on the stone tablet, which led to the error in the statistics. Just like that, the first round of the competition ended in a dramatic manner. Contrary to expectations, there were only a total of 75 people who entered the second round. That's right. More than 1,000 disciples had entered, but there were still more than 20 array flags that had not been found. Of course, Shening, who had been cooped up by the river for 10 days, also advanced gloriously. Not to mention Ling Hong and the other 3 who were completely lying on the ground and Buggy who didn't manage to get any more food. They themselves felt that their victory was inexplicable. The short 10 days felt like a dream. When they came back to their senses, they had already entered the second round. They were still holding a frighteningly large bag of void coins in their hands. That was the bonus that Lone Moon gave them. Lone Moon was the biggest winner of this competition. He held in his hands the void coins that others would not be able to earn in a few lifetimes. There were also more than 60 promissory notes. He was so happy that he even gave Shining and Chef some pocket money. He looked at the promissory notes in his hands and thought about the second competition in a few days. Instantly, he felt that he had a 90% chance of winning without doing anything. The second competition was set to be 3 days later. Lone Moon really felt that there was nothing much to prepare. He was just about to bring the master and disciple and Buggy there to have a good meal. But they welcomed their first guest in the Void Land, and it was someone familiar. "Fellow Taoists, long time no see." The other party walked over quickly. "Are the few of you going out?" "Ling Hong, why are you here?" Lone Moon instantly recognized the person in front of him. After all, in those 10 days, his performance was the best among the 4 of them. "What's the matter?" "I specially came to thank the few of you." With that said, he solemnly bowed to the few of them. He looked around before lowering his voice and said, "Regarding that red-scented fish beast previously, I still have to thank the few of you." "You're welcome." Lone Moon smiled. "I said long ago that you bought it with your own money. It has nothing to do with us. That being said, if it wasn't for your kind intentions, we would not have been able to buy it." He still looked grateful. Thinking of something, he continued. "Oh yes, I'm here this time because I have news regarding the next competition. I want to inform the few of you." "Oh." "The competition schedule is out." Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. Then he stepped aside. "Let's go in and talk." Just as he was about to let Ling Hong enter the house, Chef and Shining stood at the door without moving. 2 pairs of resentful eyes stared at Father Nyo. "Shining, what happened to the promised meal?" "I Ching, what happened to the promised feast?" "Lone Moon, don't forget what you're here for." Only Buggy looked back and forth at the few of them with a confused expression. What was going on? Why weren't they moving? He was hungry too. After all, he had been eating plain rice for 10 days. "All right." Lone Moon glared at the 2 troublesome little rascals. "Go out and eat. Come back and reimburse, all right?" "Yes, Father Nyo." "No problem, Father Nyo." The 2 of them cheered. Their faces were full of joy as they walked out of the door. They even dragged Buggy along with them. Ling Hong. Why did he have the illusion that he was looking at a patriarchal compromise? "Fellow Taoist Ling, please come in." Lone Moon then led Ling Hong into the house. "Thank you for coming here personally." "Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, you're too polite. This matter will be announced tomorrow. I'm just informing you a few hours in advance." Ling Hong said. "Then I wonder what the second competition is about." Ling Hong frowned. Then, he said in a low voice, "It's much harder than the Mystic Realm last time. It's about breaking through the Academy's 1,000 phenomenon array." 1,000 phenomenon array. Lone Moon was stunned. "Is it an array formation?" Fellow Taoist is aware. The 1,000 phenomenon array is an array formation set up by an exalted immortal from the Immortal Academy many years ago. He frowned and said, "There are thousands of changes in this array. There are many overlapping arrays inside. It's said to have the 1,000 phenomenon array. It's not easy to walk out of it." "Oh. If it was really just an array formation, then it would be easy." Both he and Chef were good at it. Chapter 582. Fellow Taoist, you have to be careful. This time, it's not just the contestants who will enter the array. Ling Hong's expression changed. He looked at Lone Moon guiltily. I don't know if it's because of what happened in the mystic realm last time that the teachers in the academy became suspicious. So this time, the 10,000 phenomenon array is not just about passing the array, there will also be teachers participating. With the teachers' abilities, if they meet them, they will probably be eliminated immediately. You mean that your teachers will enter the array personally to fight? Lone Moon was shocked. This was good news. Who knows, they might be able to find out where the spirit seed was. Yes. Ling Hong thought that he was worried. He continued to explain. Those who will enter the array are teachers who are very familiar with arrays. I heard that even Teacher Yen will enter. He is the #1 person in the academy and the teacher with the highest cultivation. It looks like this competition will not be so easy to pass. Lone Moon nodded. He already had a plan. All right, thank you for telling me all this. It's nothing. He quickly waved his hand. Fellow Daoist, you've helped us a lot. We don't have any other abilities. We can only do such small things. Lone Moon smiled. He was about to say something more when he suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the friend you said you wanted to save last time. How is she now? Is she done? His face paled for a moment, and his brows furrowed. Not yet, for now. Why? Lone Moon faltered. There aren't enough fish bones. Chef still has some. How about, no. It's not that. He quickly shook his head. With some embarrassment, he said, it's not because of the fish bones. The Fish King's fish bones are enough. And they are the most effective ones. It's just that the red-scented fish beast's bones are extremely hard. We can't find anything to refine it. So, we can't make medicine to save my friend. Medicine? Wasn't it refining pills? But it's all right. I've already applied to the academy to use the Earth Heart Fire. If we're lucky, we can pass in half a month. He smiled. As long as we have the Earth Heart Fire, we can definitely refine the fish bones. My friend will be able to recover immediately. Although he was smiling, it was obvious that he was still worried. It seemed like things were not going as smoothly as he said. You just need to refine the fish bones. Yes. He nodded and said, the bones of the red-scented fish monster contain poison, so we need to use the deviant flame to burn off the poison inside before we can refine the medicine. If that's the case. Lone Moon sighed. On account of the fact that I Ching had helped him for a few days, Lone Moon decided to help him again. Perhaps you can ask Chef for help. He can definitely help you refine those fish bones. Which deviant fire could compare to the true phoenix fire? It would be easy to burn fish bones. Of course. His expression lit up, and he stood up immediately. Lone Moon nodded. Then how about we go find fellow Daoisti now? His face was full of excitement. He thought of something and couldn't help but add, I wonder what he likes. Should I prepare something? Lone Moon thought for a moment and said, prepare some top-notch, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar. Ling Hong, what the hell? Ling Hong had always felt that fellow Daoist I Ching was not a very easy person to talk to. Because in those 10 days in the mystic realm, he basically did not speak a single word to the four of them. Even when he was talking to the insect in the same group, he could keep it simple and cold the entire time, looking like he was not easy to get close to. So when Lone Moon said that he only needed to bring some oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, he was still a little doubtful. Would these things be able to move the other party? In his worry, he couldn't help but buy more food and local specialties. He carried a big box over to look for I Ching. Miraculously, the moment he explained the purpose of his visit, the other party immediately accepted his box. He turned and stuffed the food into Miss Shen's bag beside him, then turned back and replied seriously, "All right." Ling Hong was a little stunned. He actually agreed. By the time he reacted, he had already brought the few of them home. A gentle male voice rang out in the house. "Ling Hong, you're back so soon. Have you properly thanked anyone?" He paused mid-sentence and looked up at the few people who had followed him in. "These few are." Only then did Lone Moon see a young man sitting on the reclining chair in the room. He looked to be in his 20s, and his face was strangely pale, but his expression was exceptionally gentle. There was a blanket covering his feet, and he seemed to be unable to walk. Using his divine perception, Lone Moon instantly saw that the meridians in his legs were all broken. It seemed to be more than a month old, and there was demonic qi entrenched in his dantian. "Big brother." Ling Hong took a step forward and introduced with some joy. "These are the fellow Taoists who sold our red-scented fish beast in the mystic realm." Ling Wenxian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly cupped his fists towards Lone Moon and the others. "So it's fellow Taoists. Thank you for taking care of my younger brother in the mystic realm. I can't thank you enough. Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. They've also helped me a lot. It's just a mutual benefit." Lone Moon smiled. "Big brother, this fellow Taoist I Ching has a way to refine the fish bones," Ling Hong said excitedly. "That's why I brought them here." "Really?" Ling Wenxian's eyes widened. A moment later, his eyes darkened with some guilt. "Brother Hong, they're already being kind by selling you the fish beast. How can you trouble them again? What's more, it's not that easy to refine the Fish King's fish bones." "It's just a small matter," Lone Moon continued. "We're friends since we're fated to meet. What's more, refining is not a big deal to us." Ling Wenxian raised his head to look at them. Seeing that they really did not seem to be forcing him, he then said seriously, "In that case, thank you very much. If I really have a chance to recover, if there's anything I can help with in the future, I will not hesitate to help." Lone Moon returned a polite smile before turning to look at Ling Hong. "Where are the fish bones? Bring us there. Now." All right. Ling Hong did not expect them to actually want to start now. He hurriedly greeted the person in front of him. "Then big brother, I'll bring them to the medicine room first." With that said, he turned and led them to a room at the side. The few of them followed him in. Only then did they realize that the room was filled with all kinds of herbs. Once they entered, they could smell the strong medicinal smell. There was also a long table in the middle. There were piles of bottles and jars on it. Lone Moon casually scanned the room. The strange thing was, although there were many herbs, there was not a single spirit herb. They were all ordinary herbs. Ling Hong directly walked towards the largest box in the innermost part of the room. He undid the layers of array formations on it and even peeled off a few Dharma talismans. Only then did he carefully open the box. Lying inside was the leftover fish bones that they had eaten previously. "The fish bones are here." Ling Hong carefully took out a section of the fish bones. As he handed it to Yi Qing, he said, "This fish bone is extremely difficult to refine. I've calculated it. Even if I use the deviant fire, I'll need at least 7 days and 7 nights to completely refine it. So for these few days, I'll have to trouble." Chapter 583. Before Ling Hong could finish speaking, he saw Yi Qing stretch out his hand and a ball of fiery flames appeared. In the blink of an eye, the fish bone melted into water and became a transparent ball floating above Yi Qing's palm. Was he dreaming? This was too fast, wasn't it? "Container," Yi Qing reminded him. Ling Hong was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Oh. Oh. He hurriedly turned around and started looking for the container. After a while, he picked up an empty bottle on the table and handed it over. Yi Qing took it and instantly, the transparent ball of water that had been refined turned into a thin stream and flowed into the bottle. He directly returned the full bottle to Ling Hong and looked at the other fish bones in the box. He asked in a low voice, "Do I need to refine all of these? For the sake of that box of seasoning?" Ah. Ling Hong was stunned and subconsciously nodded. Yes. Yi Qing responded. He condensed a ball of fire in his hand again and threw it into the box. Instantly, the entire box burst into flames. The originally complete fish bones were completely refined in less than 3 breaths' time. They turned into a huge ball of water and rose up, while the box below remained undamaged. Yi Qing could not be bothered to ask this time. He directly raised his hand and the ball of water released tens of streams of water that flew into the other empty bottles on the table. It's done. Thank you. Ling Hong thanked him in a daze. Thinking of his elder brother's injury, he could not be bothered to ask him what kind of deviant fire it was. He picked up a bottle of refined fish bone fluid from the table and said excitedly, "My elder brother can be saved. With this, I'll be able to make the medicine immediately." With that said, he directly turned around and began to pick the medicine around him. Lone Moon took a look and realized that the herbs he chose were all herbs that could alleviate the effects of the medicine and nourish qi. Perhaps because he was already prepared, he quickly found the herbs he needed. Then, he directly and roughly crushed them into a juice and mixed them together. Finally, he added the fish bone fluid that he had just refined. Lone Moon watched from the side and could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Ling, why don't you directly refine it into a pill?" Even if it was ordinary herbs, refining the essence inside into a pill would be much better than using such a ridiculous method. Ling Hong, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. With a blank expression, he asked, "What is refining pills?" Lone Moon was stunned. He actually didn't know how to refine pills. Wasn't he a cultivator? Suddenly, he understood something. Could it be that there were no pill cultivators here? Do you all use this kind of method to make medicine to treat injuries? Yeah. He nodded. Seeing Lone Moon's speechless expression, he said with some embarrassment, "Fellow Taoist Lone Moon, are you also a pharmacist? Don't tell me, there's something wrong with the method I just used." He panicked. "That's not it." Lone Moon shook his head. "I'm just a little curious. Can I have a look at this medicine?" "Of course." He handed the bottle to him without hesitation. "You need to drink 3 bottles of this medicine at a time for it to be effective. I can still adjust 2 more bottles." After saying that, he turned around and continued to look for medicinal herbs. Lone Moon held the bottle and looked at it. He saw that the originally transparent fish bone fluid had turned green and emitted the fragrance of herbs. Using his divine perception, he frowned and sent a voice transmission to Yi Qing. "Chef, do you think this medicine will work?" "It won't." Chef replied directly. "That fish bone fluid can indeed connect his meridians, but the most important thing is the demonic qi in his dantian." Lone Moon had the same thought. Although Ling Wenxian could stand up again after drinking this, he would still not be able to cultivate. Not only that, his original cultivation would also become weaker and weaker under the influence of the demonic qi. It seemed that the medical standards of the Void Land were obviously not good enough. He scanned the room full of medicinal herbs again. After thinking carefully, he understood why there were no pill cultivators here. Because there were no spirit herbs in this world. Pill cultivators use spirit herbs and immortal herbs to refine pills. However, the Void Land was a place where many planes were mixed together. Although there was spirit qi, there were many other things mixed in. Therefore, spirit herbs couldn't grow in such a place. Naturally, there were no pill cultivators. He turned back to look at Ling Hong, who was still excitedly adjusting the medicine. His eyes were full of anticipation for his elder brother's full recovery. After thinking for a while, he took out an elixir that could neutralize demonic qi and threw it into the bottle. Then, he used his immortal power to mix it. He would take it as a bonus for his previous work. Ling Hong's speed of making medicine was very fast. In less than 15 minutes, he had already made the remaining 2 bottles. He called out to the 3 of them and went out with a bottle of medicine in each hand. "Big brother, the medicine is ready." "So fast." Ling Wenxian, who was reading, was stunned. He looked in disbelief at the few of them who had only been inside for 15 minutes. "Didn't you say that the fish bones needed?" Fellow Daoist Yi Qin has a special method to quickly refine the fish bones. "That's why I can make the medicine so quickly." Ling Hong explained directly and hurriedly handed over the medicine in his hand. "Big brother, hurry and feed it." Ling Wenxian nodded. He was just about to take the bottle when Lone Moon stepped forward and handed over the bottle in his hand. "Drink this first, so that I don't have to hold it all the time." The 2 of them were stunned. A trace of apology flashed across Ling Hong's eyes. Ling Wenxian hurriedly took the bottle. The bottle was not big. He finished it in a few mouthfuls. Almost instantly, he felt a wave of warmth rising from his dantian. It was as if a cold aura that had been entrenched for a long time was spreading. A trace of wild joy flashed across his face. He hurriedly took the other bottle. He had just taken a sip when he was stunned. He subconsciously looked up at Lone Moon. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he continued to drink until he had finished all 3 bottles. "Big brother, this medicine needs 3 days to be fully effective." Ling Hong was still a little excited. "You can recover in a few days." Ling Wenxian responded. He turned to look at Lone Moon and cupped his fists again. With a sincere expression, he said, "Thank you for your help this time. I, Ling Wenxian, will remember it." "You're welcome." Lone Moon replied. His eyes darkened. Something flashed across. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "May I ask just now?" Before he could finish speaking, there was a ringing sound outside the door. Suddenly, a streak of white and red rushed in, heading straight in Lone Moon's direction. There was a faint and sharp sword aura on it. "Be careful!" Ling Hong exclaimed. Lone Moon subconsciously raised his fan and knocked it. The light fell to the ground with a ding. The few of them looked down. They saw a small golden sword on the ground. It was only the size of a sword. It was already broken into 2. "This is..." Ling Hong was shocked. His eyes widened. "Teacher Yan's golden sword token. Why would it appear here? Could it be?" His expression darkened. He turned to look at Ling Wenxian. The latter's expression darkened too. Chapter 584. Do the 2 of you recognize this? Lone Moon asked. Of course we do. Ling Wenxian sighed and looked up at them, his eyes filled with guilt. This is the golden sword token of the Academy's law enforcement teacher. It's used to summon offenders to the commandment courtyard for a hearing. Just as he finished speaking, in the next moment, another beam of white light flew in. This time, it stopped in front of Ling Hong and didn't attack. The one that attacked Lone Moon was probably affected by the sword qi around him. You mean, the Immortal Spirit Academy is summoning me? He was stunned. He was not a disciple of the Academy, why would they summon him? Looks like we've implicated you, fellow Daoist. Ling Wenxian looked even more guilty. If I'm not wrong, the Academy is summoning you and Ling Hong because of what happened in the preliminary competition. Preliminary competition. Lone Moon was stunned. Ling Hong said directly, hasn't the preliminary competition already ended? But what you did in the mystic realm? He looked at Lone Moon and the others, choosing his words carefully. After all, it's too shocking. It's not strange that it attracted the attention of the Academy. Especially you and Ling Fei. You're in the third team, but you obtained more than 60 array flags. How can the Academy not investigate? But didn't that matter already come to an end? No one would really talk about what happened in the mystic realm, right? Most disciples will indeed not tell the Academy about what happened in the mystic realm. Ling Wenxian frowned. But one person will. Ling Hong was stunned and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. Ren Qing. His expression darkened and he scolded, it's this despicable person again. Fellow Taoist Lone Moon. He turned to look at Lone Moon, his face full of worry. This time, all of you met with this calamity because of us brothers. That Ren Qing has an old grudge with us. That's why he specially mentioned this matter. If the Academy really wants to pursue this matter, please just say that we were the masterminds of this. That's right. Ling Hong also spoke up. Ren Qing wants to deal with us. It has nothing to do with you. You're exaggerating. Lone Moon smiled. He did not look worried at all. The business in this mystic realm was my intention. How can you say that it has nothing to do with me? Besides, is there a rule in this competition that states that we can't do business in the secret territory? The two brothers were stunned. Of course not. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to worry. Lone Moon continued, since the teachers of your academy want to see me, I'll go and meet them. What's the harm in that? But Ling Hong wanted to say something. Lone Moon, however, had already turned around to instruct the two people beside him. Chef, bring Shining back to the inn first. Make sure she doesn't get lost. Also, you're not allowed to fool around outside. With that said, he turned around. Sorry for disturbing you today. Farewell. Fellow Taoist Ling Hong, let's go. It just so happened that he did not have the chance to go to the academy to investigate the matter of the spiritual seed. Of course, he would not waste this opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep. Thus, a large group of people left, leaving Ling Wenxian alone with a worried expression. On the way to the academy, Lone Moon had already found out about what happened between Ren Qing and the Ling brothers. It was nothing more than a disaster brought about by jealousy and adding insult to injury. It was similar to how immortal sects were divided into inner and outer sect disciples. Immortal Academy was so big. Of course, they were divided into different factions. The more talented one was in the Heaven team. Ren Qing was in the Heaven team. The three Ling siblings were all talented. Even Ling Wenxian was only of average talent. They were all placed in the third team. But they were no match for their hard work. Ling Wenxian was a model example of hard work. He was very proficient in all kinds of sorcery and array techniques. Moreover, he was smart. So after entering Immortal Academy, his cultivation improved very quickly. He even surpassed the people in the Heaven team. The first to be outperformed was Ren Qing. Of course, he was not convinced. But after a few competitions organized by the Academy, he could not beat Ling Wenxian. He was always suppressed by him. Later, he was even directly promoted to the Heaven team by the Academy. But the number of people in each team was fixed. This was to make it easier for them to go on missions. Now that there was one more person, one would naturally be pushed out. Unfortunately, Ren Qing was the one who was pushed out. So Ren Qing disliked him even more. There was often friction between the two. Until a month ago, the academy encountered a beast on a mission. Ling Wenxian's legs were broken and he could no longer walk. Seeing that there was no way to cure him, the academy could only transfer him back to the third team. Ren Qing naturally returned to the heaven team. After Ren Qing returned, he was even more against them. He even tried to stop them from treating Ling Wenxian's legs. The grudge between the two sides grew. Loneman's mouth twitched. He could see a classic villain jumping up and down, waiting for the main character to slap him in the face. What was this Ren Qing after? Why did he have to stare at him like this? The two talked as they entered the academy. Ling Hong brought him to a place that looked like an academy. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He looked at the two of them seriously. Beside him was indeed Ren Qing. He was looking over with a smug expression. "Greetings, Teacher Yen." Ling Hong bowed politely. Lone Moon did not move. He only cupped his fists politely. He was not from the Immortal Academy. There was naturally no need for that. Yen Luo took a few more glances at him. He realized that he came alone. There was no teacher behind him. He frowned. Recalling what Ren Qing said earlier, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said in a deep voice, "Do the two of you know your crimes?" Ling Hong's expression changed. He was about to speak. Lone Moon, who was at the side, was a step faster. "Teacher, may I know what crime we have committed?" "You still dare to argue?" Yen Luo's expression darkened. He pointed at the person beside him. "Ren Qing has already told me everything that happened in the first competition. The two of you worked together to interfere with the competition. You actually sold array flags in the mystic realm. You seriously disrupted the fairness of the competition. Teacher Yen, we don't understand." Lone Moon's smile deepened. "When did we do such a thing? Why don't we know? You still don't admit it." Ren Qing interrupted, "I saw it all. You used 1 million void coins to sell an array flag to those teams." "Oh, it's you." Lone Moon looked as if he had just seen Ren Qing. He continued smiling. "Oh right, I forgot to ask. You didn't manage to snatch Ling Hong's array flags. I wonder if you managed to snatch someone else's." "When did I snatch his array flags?" Ren Qing was stunned. "Wasn't it at the beginning?" Lone Moon continued. "Didn't you specially chase after Ling Hong and the others to snatch their array flags the moment you entered the mystic realm? I thought that fighting with fellow disciples was the tradition of your Immortal Academy. Otherwise, Ling Hong would not have allied with me." Chapter 585. You. Ren Qing was exasperated. Even Yen Luo's expression changed as he turned to glare at Ren Qing. Although there were many people from their academy participating in this competition and it was inevitable that they would face each other, it was a competition between academies after all. This kind of team competition basically wouldn't involve their own people. What's more, when they first entered the mystic realm, the array flags were ownerless, wouldn't finding their own people first be holding them back? "Oh. I know." Lone Moon didn't wait for the two of them to react and said with a look of realization, "Don't tell me you're indignant after being eliminated, so you came up with some ridiculous excuse like selling array flags to frame us, so that you can advance and replace us yourself." With that said, he even swept a glance at Yen Luo. "Your sex competition method is really an eye-opener for me." "Nonsense." Ren Qing panicked. "What I said is all true. You not only sell array flags, you also sell the beasts in the mystic realm. Then do you have any evidence?" Lone Moon looked straight at him and said, "You want to disqualify us from the preliminary competition just based on your one-sided slander. Then can I tell others that the entire united competition was manipulated by your Immortal Academy in secret, that it's all a lie?" "You." Ren Qing was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only cup his fists at Yan Luo and said, "Teacher, what I said is all true." "Then find a witness." Lone Moon said directly, "There are thousands of people participating in the preliminary competition. There are many who have seen us. Can you find one person to prove that what you said is all true?" This. His face was flustered. They were all bought and sold by you." Everyone was bought and sold. That's right, everyone. Including his original teammates, they weren't willing to come with him and expose this person. Oh. Lone Moon nodded, purposely dragging out his words, looking at Yan Luo with a hint of a smile. Yan Luo's face darkened. "Enough, Ren Qing." "But teacher, shut up." Yan Luo also had a headache, his face turning green and white. He naturally heard the sarcasm in Lone Moon's words. He had checked on this Lone Moon, a disciple from Invincible Academy he had never heard of. He couldn't find any powerful force behind him. No matter how capable he was, it was impossible to bribe everyone in the mystic realm. After all, there were hundreds of academies and thousands of students entering this time. If he was really that capable, why would he participate in the competition? Actually, when Ren Qing mentioned this at the start, he had his doubts too. After all, it was impossible to sell array flags publicly. First, it affected the fairness of the competition. First of all, the other party had to obtain extra array flags before they could sell them to others. Otherwise, the other party could sell fake flags. However, they had checked every single one of the array flags and none of them were fake. However, he did not believe that he alone could obtain so many array clans. Others might not know the location of the array clan, but the teachers who set the questions did. Qing, Ling King Ling, Luo Ling King, Qing, Ling, those Qing, Ling, and were at, he Lone Moon Luo said. Ling Shan, he said. Ling, Qing, they at Qing, they just, they. They, sect, I, comma. It's just that they couldn't find the reason, and the other disciples who came out of the mystic realm seemed to be hiding something. So when Ren Qing came over to say this, although he knew it was ridiculous, he still believed him. Teacher Yen. Ling Hong reacted and hurriedly stepped forward. Ren Qing has always been at odds with my big brother. He has been targeting us ever since we entered the mystic realm. His words cannot be trusted. This time, he did not advance to the second round of the competition, but we did. I feel that he is deliberately slandering us. Teacher, please investigate this. Yan Luo's expression turned uglier. He doubted his previous judgment even more, turning back to look at Ren Qing sternly. I didn't. Ren Qing paled, completely panicking. Teacher, you have to believe me, it's really them, enough. Yan Luo interrupted him, as if he didn't want to listen anymore. He turned to Lone Moon. This young friend, the league is very important. We are also worried about the fairness of the competition. That's why we invited you here. Although the matter has been clarified, please forgive us. Teacher Yen, you're too kind. Lone Moon smiled, but his words had no intention of letting him off easily. It's just that the way your academy does things really surprises me. Just a few words from a random disciple, without even checking, you directly convict me. Luckily I'm not your academy's disciple. Otherwise, there would really be no way to resolve this matter peacefully today. Yan Luo's expression darkened even more, not only his face, even the academy's face was completely lost. He started to blame Ren Qing even more, and was even more annoyed that this person actually didn't give him any face at all. Yet Lone Moon continued. I didn't say that I didn't do this, even if I really sold the array flags, which part of the competition's rules says that these array flags can't be transferred. It's my oversight. Yan Luo could only grit his teeth and apologize. I hope this young friend, don't take offense. No problem. Lone Moon stopped while he was ahead. I wonder if teacher still has any doubts. Why don't you clarify everything at once? Of course not. Yen Luo smiled politely. Thank you for making this trip today, you can all go back. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. With that said, he turned to look at Ren Qing at the side and said meaningfully, I believe that teacher is a fair person, so I believe that you will also deal with the person who slandered you impartially, right? Yen Luo was stunned, only nodding after a while. Of course. Ren Qing's expression turned completely pale in an instant. Lone Moon then turned and brought Ling Hong out. Until the two of them walked far away, Yen Luo then frowned and sat back on his seat. Teacher, you have to believe me. Ren Qing's expression was flustered as he hurriedly went forward. I really didn't lie, enough, no need to say any more. Yen Luo looked at him exasperatedly, it was all this idiot's fault, causing him to embarrass himself. Whether they cheated or not, we'll find out in the second round anyway. He was also muddle-headed from anxiety, that was why he believed this Ren Qing, whether it was true or not, wouldn't everything be clear once they passed the second round and tested the other party's cultivation. And that Lone Moon just now, although he looked like a Foundation establishment cultivator, his words and actions were watertight, even in front of his Stygian immortal aura, he didn't dare to show any emotions. This kind of person made him even more suspicious of the other party's background. Ling Hong followed Lone Moon out with a dumbfounded expression, even when the two of them specially circled around the academy on the way, he still didn't react. Originally, he was already prepared to be punished by the academy, and perhaps even be chased out of the academy. Yet Lone Moon only said a few simple words and not only did nothing happen to him, he even successfully pushed the blame back onto Ren Qing. Chapter 586. For a moment, Ling Hong's eyes were shining as he looked at Lone Moon. He always felt that Lone Moon was able to reveal some unimaginable abilities from time to time. Lone Moon's expression was a little ugly. He had specially walked around the academy just now, trying to find the location of that spirit seed, but to no avail. He couldn't help but suspect the authenticity of that prize. Was the spirit seed really in the academy? Ling Hong. He couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Ah. Ha. Ling Hong was stunned, then reacted. Fellow Daoist, please speak. I heard that the prize for this competition is a colorful egg. Yes. He thought for a moment and nodded. It seems so. I heard that this egg is full of immortal qi. If you can get it, your cultivation might increase greatly. Oh, there's such a magical egg. I wonder if fellow Daoist Ling has seen it before. I haven't seen it before. He shook his head honestly. But this egg was brought back by chance when the teacher went to the Flame Mountain in the north for a mission. He thought of something and his expression darkened. My big brother injured his leg because of that. I see. Sorry to mention this. No. He shook his head nonchalantly. Thanks to you, my big brother has already drunk the medicine and will get better soon. You don't have to worry anymore. Oh right, if fellow Daoist Lone Moon is curious about that colored egg, the teachers will officially announce the prize in the second competition 3 days later. You can see it then. Oh. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. He hid the light in his eyes and nodded. His heart settled, he immediately changed the topic and talked about something else. It was good that they could see the spirit seed. It seemed like they could confirm in 3 days if it was what they were looking for. 3 days later. The second round of the league. Early in the morning, all the candidates who passed the first round arrived at Immortal Spirit Academy. Compared to the sea of people last time, the number of people this time was several times fewer. There were only 75 people who passed the first round. Including the teachers from the various academies, there were less than 200 people present. It seemed a little deserted. The competition venue this time was no longer outside, but moved inside Immortal Spirit Academy. Lone Moon and the others went in with Ling Hong and the others. Compared to the previous time when no one paid any attention to them, the moment they entered, many people came up to greet them warmly. They were obviously customers from the previous round. Lone Moon smiled and responded to them one by one. Occasionally, he would say a few polite words. After a while, the rules of the competition were announced from above. A few teachers from the Immortal Academy appeared on the stage. Lone Moon glanced at them, but did not see Teacher Yen from last time. Ling Hong was right, the semi-finals had indeed begun to announce the prizes. In this competition, the top 3 would each get a high-grade magic tool, and the first place would indeed get that Easter egg. The moment the Easter egg was revealed, Lone Moon sensed a faint trace of original source chi on it. Shining. Lone Moon nudged the person beside him. Is this it? It's, right? Shining looked up and tilted her head. Do we do it now? I Ching sent a voice transmission. Lone Moon frowned and turned to look at Ling Hong and the others. After a while, he shook his head and said, forget it, since we've already confirmed that it's a spirit seed and we've entered the second round, why don't we win this prize openly? It's just a waste of time, there's no need to implicate others. The master and disciple exchanged a look, then looked at Ling Hong and the others and nodded. Indeed, if he directly made a move now, Ling Hong and the others would definitely be thought of as their accomplices. They might as well win the competition and get the prize openly. After explaining the rules, the start of the competition was announced. The second round of competition was very simple. Everyone entered the maze ahead. Those who could find the exit within 6 hours would pass. Lone Moon activated his divine perception and explored the maze ahead. He discovered that it was a maze made up of many arrays. The deeper they went, the more complicated the arrays became. He thought for a moment and took out a few communication talismans and placed them in their hands. Once we enter, we'll be teleported to different places at the edges. We'll use this to contact each other. Let's meet up first. Don't act rashly. After he finished speaking, he turned to Shining and emphasized, especially you. Ha! Shining looked innocent. What ha? Don't you have any F***king idea about your dark history? The eye of this maze array should be at the center. Don't move around after we enter. Just stay where you are and wait. When we meet up, we'll go to the eye of the array together. Don't do anything rash. Oh. Alright, you're daddy, I'll listen to you. She took the talisman. At this time, the door of the maze was already open. The 4 of them took a deep breath and walked in. Almost in an instant, they felt a white light flash before their eyes. The next moment, they were in a completely different scene. Lone Moon looked around. Chef and Shining were gone. They were indeed teleported to different places. He released his divine perception to check around before activating the communication talisman in his hand. I'm at the west side of the entrance. Where are you? Report your positions. I'm at the east side. Chef's voice sounded. I should be at the south side. Buggy also replied. Where's Shining? Lone Moon asked directly when she didn't reply. Where are you? After a while, a voice sounded from the communication talisman. Shining looked around. She didn't know at all. Hence, she turned to look at the person beside her. Big brother, where is this? The man on the other side then replied with some difficulty. The heart of the array. Oh, thank you. Shining nodded before replying. Father Nyo, I'm at the heart of the array. Lone Moon, I Ching, Buggy, how on earth did she do it? She was teleported directly to the end point. "Wait, don't run around," Father Nyo said before cutting off the communication. "Oh." Shining then kept the talisman calmly and found a rock to sit on. She calmly took out a handful of melon seeds and started munching on them. Then, she even handed them to the person beside her. "Want some?" Yen Luo, who was guarding the array, based on Yen Luo's cultivation, he actually didn't need to come in personally to guard the array. It was just that there were indeed some things he couldn't figure out about the preliminary round a few days ago. Though Rinqing's words couldn't be completely trusted, he still had some suspicions about that invincible academy. So with the intention of finding out the truth, he temporarily replaced the teacher who was originally guarding the array to come in. He had the intention of testing Lone Moon and the others' abilities, and even specially chose the heart of the array. He thought that if they really had the ability, they would definitely barge all the way here. By then, he would act and change the array. Whether they cheated in the previous round, they would know once they tested their abilities. Of course, if they didn't even have the ability to barge into the heart of the array, that was even more needless. Chapter 587. Yen Luo had been waiting at the heart of the array right from the start, thinking that it would take at least 2 hours before he could see her. He just didn't expect that when he teleported to the heart of the array, there would be another person beside him instantly. And she looked a little familiar. He vaguely recalled that she seemed to be one of the 4 people from Invincible Academy, and seemed to have been teleported here by the teleportation array at the entrance. He also knew that the teleportation location at the entrance of the maze was random. But the random location was mostly at the periphery of the maze. The lucky ones would be in the middle. There had never been a direct teleportation to the end. If everyone could reach the end as soon as they entered the door, what was the point of competing? Yen Luo had to say that he was dumbfounded. What surprised him even more was that she clearly only had to turn around to leave the array, then she would be the first person to pass the second round of the competition. Although he was the teacher in charge of guarding the array, according to the rules, he could only mobilize the surrounding array, and not directly attack. And she was directly standing on the array point, which meant that he couldn't stop her at all. But the strange thing was that not only did she not go out, she even sat down very calmly, down. And she looked like she planned to stay here for a long time, completely not the least bit anxious. By the time he reacted, he was already sitting on the array heart stone with her, cracking melon seeds. He even unconsciously took out the good tea and some snacks from his storage ring that he had kept for many years. "This is high-quality tea, do you want a cup?" "Sure." Shining calmly took a cup and brought out a few plates of pastries. "Do you want pastries?" "My chef makes them, they're especially delicious." The fragrance is really not bad." "You can have 2 pieces." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Wait a minute. What was he doing? Why did he start eating without realizing it? Shouldn't he take the opportunity to find out more about this Invincible Academy? But, these pastries were indeed delicious. What if he couldn't resist it? Yen Luo took a few deep breaths before regaining the composure he had when he almost ran away from home. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss, why aren't you leaving the array?" "You'll win if you leave. The first place kind." "Waiting for Father Nyo and Chef to come pick it up," Shining said matter-of-factly. "What?" He was stunned. Who was Father Nyo? Wasn't she in the same group as Lone Moon? Just as she was about to ask for more details, she suddenly stopped and put down the teacup in her hand. "Coming." "Huh? What's coming?" Yen Luo was stunned, and before he could react, the array in front of him shook. The surroundings instantly lit up with numerous arrays, and in the next moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lone Moon whom he had met a few days ago, and another man. He remembered that his name seemed to be Yi Qing. The other party was even carrying a bug in his hand. This speed of breaking through the formation was too fast. He hadn't even finished his 2 pieces of pastries. Wait, now is not the time to think about pastries. Master. I Ching saw the person on the heart array stone at a glance, and his heart relaxed. Hey, chef. Shining waved as she nibbled on her pastry. Teacher Yen. Lone Moon instantly recognized the person beside Shining. No wonder he did not see him outside just now. He was the one guarding the array. Little friend Lone Moon, we meet again. Yen Luo finally reacted. He kept the pastry in his hand and coughed, barely regaining the demeanor of a teacher. Looks like the 2 of you are indeed skilled in Dharma, to be able to find the heart of the array so quickly. But it's not so easy to pass through here. With that said, he directly conjured a seal with both hands and activated the layers of array formations at the heart of the array. For a moment, the surrounding array formations lit up, and layers of array formations appeared in the surroundings. Lone Moon did not waste time either. He directly summoned a spirit sword and turned to instruct. Chef, you're in charge of the array formation on the left. I'll go and break the array formation on the right. Buggy, you squat where you are and don't move. All right. Buggy squatted down obediently. In the next moment, the 2 of them flew out at the same time, and started to break the layers of array formations around them at the fastest speed possible. The heart of the array was originally the place with the most array formations in the maze, plus Yen Luo had specially set up a few more layers of array formations just now. Right now, there were as many as 10 layers of array formation surrounding the surroundings, each with different effects and attributes. But the 2 of them seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. They only needed to take a look to find the weaknesses of the array formations, and then directly break them. In less than a breath's time, their speed was so fast that even Yen Luo was stunned. Only those who had a thorough understanding of array formations could break the array formations so easily. Not only that, not a single one of those array formations attacks hit them. Their figures were so fast that they were like afterimages. Even Yen Luo could not help but want to praise, beautiful. For a moment, his suspicions towards them were completely dispelled. He even felt some pity. Such good seedlings, why weren't they disciples of Immortal Academy? He was an array cultivator in the first place. Seeing the 2 of them breaking the array so skillfully, he actually had some thoughts of wanting to spar with them. To test their bottom-line thoughts. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to break in, Yen Luo could not help but directly activate the array guarding beast. For a moment, a huge fire over 100 feet tall burned around him, bringing with it a scorching heat, instantly turning the surroundings into a fiery red. Shining, who was sitting, suddenly felt the stone beneath her move and float up slowly. And the ground beneath her feet started to collapse inch by inch, revealing a huge hole. The blazing fire in the hole became even more intense, followed by a long cry. Only to see a 3-legged firebird flying out of that hole, its entire body burning in flames, soaring up into the sky and circling one round in the sky. For a moment there seemed to be a déjà vu, as if the entire sky was burning. That giant bird flew one round and finally flew towards Yen Luo and Shen Ying's direction, while that array heartstone beneath their feet also slowly landed on the bird's back. That 3-legged bird let out another bird cry. For a moment, the flames below grew even higher, as if it was going to burn everything in the surroundings. Lone Moon and I Ching were both stunned. They did not expect that there would actually be such an array-guarding beast in this array heart. Their expressions darkened and they directly broke the last layer of the array formation. At this moment, the surrounding array formations had all disappeared, leaving only a few beside Yen Luo. Master. I Ching looked towards the person on the array heartstone rather worriedly. Before Shining could reply, it was Yen Luo who was taken aback, lowering his head to look at the lady with a pile of delicious food beside him. Master. This lady was actually that person's master. Why did the teachers of this academy also come to compete? Of course he could tell that based on the speed at which the 2 of them were breaking the array, they must have held back. Even his desire to spar had been aroused. That was why he summoned the array-guarding beast, which was originally not part of the competition. Initially he was still worried that they would not give it their all. Now, his eyes narrowed. A thought instantly popped up in his mind, hence he directly said, "The two of you are indeed extraordinarily talented and proficient in array formations. But to get past me, the two of you still have to show your true abilities, otherwise." He deliberately glanced at Shining. "I dare not guarantee that nothing will happen to this lady." The threat in his words was obvious. Chapter 588. What did you say? Chef's expression darkened instantly, as if something was about to explode from his body. Yet Yen Luo didn't notice this, instead turning back to send a voice transmission to Shining beside him. "Little girl, cooperate with me." Shining faltered, suddenly lifting her head to give him a strange look. "Big brother, you're playing with fire, do you know that?" What the hell was this tone of a domineering CEO? Yen Luo faltered for a moment, but still directly reached out to pull Shining up, turning his head and continuing with some excitement. "If you want to save this lady, then do your best, otherwise." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a huge wave of sword chi suddenly engulfing the sky and covering the earth. A huge golden sword instantly appeared above his head, smashing down right on top of his head. For a moment, he only felt his chi churning, the array beside him instantly shattered, the sky full of murderous intent surged over, even the three-legged bird below could not withstand it, falling down with a thud. Yen Luo was completely stunned, in the midst of the sudden appearance of sword chi and murderous intent, not to mention resisting, he couldn't even open his eyes. Boundless fear instantly engulfed his entire body. There was only one word in his mind: die. He could only widen his eyes, watching the huge sword above his head, chopping straight down towards him, about to hit him. "Chef!" Yet a voice suddenly sounded beside him. That sword instantly paused, stopping less than half a foot above his head, slowly turning into spots of light and disappearing. In the next moment, the other party's cold as ice reply came from beside him. "Don't touch my master." Unknowingly, I Ching had already appeared on the array stone, turning to hug the person beside him, looking at him with a face full of murderous intent. Shining also reached out and patted his shoulder. "That's why I said, don't play with fire." Yen Luo, in the next moment, his legs gave way and he sat paralyzed on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his head. Only then did he realize something. "Foodie, are you alright?" Lone Moon also flew over. Shining nodded, turning to look at the three-legged bird beneath her feet. "Do you guys think this can be eaten?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Indeed, worrying about her was unnecessary. She was still thinking about food at a time like this. Chef took out his knife out of habit. "Try it and you'll know." With that said, he jumped down with a knife in one hand and Shining in the other, heading towards the beast guarding array. As if sensing its fate, the beast guarding formation started crying out crazily. However, it was suppressed by the sword chi and could not move at all. It looked like it was about to die under the saber. "Wait!" Two voices sounded at the same time. "The knife is keeping the bird." Yen Luo finally reacted. Buggy below also hugged onto Yi Qing's leg. "Great Immortal, you can't kill this." "Why?" the master and disciple asked in unison. "Ah!" Yen Luo was stunned. Because this is a formation guarding beast." Shining frowned. "Are the array guarding beasts poisonous?" "There's no poison, but you guys are. Who would want to kill an array guardian beast?" Instead, Buggy had an idea and hurriedly said, "Great Immortal, the three-legged firebird is Yang City's guardian beast. There's only one, you can't kill it." "Oh." Shining then called Chef back. So it's to protect animals, then there's no other way. She turned to look at the bird on the ground in disappointment. The entire firebird shuddered under her gaze. When the sword chi on its body lightened, it immediately screeched and turned to burrow back into the fire hole on the ground, shivering. Before it went in, it even grabbed the array heartstone with one claw and covered it firmly back to its original spot, pretending that it had never come out. Yen Luo, Lone Moon, Buggy, probably even the bird's life would be filled with schemes. You guys. Yen Luo then turned to sweep a glance at the few people present, recalling that terrifying sword chi earlier, his body shuddered instantly. He suddenly understood why they had to hide their strength when they were breaking the array earlier. With this kind of strength, not to mention him, even in the entire Void Land, it would be hard to find a match. For a moment, he was even more puzzled. Seniors have this kind of strength, why did you come to participate in the league? Why can't we participate? Lone Moon asked in return. Yen Luo stiffened. It's not that you can't, it's just that this competition is a competition between the disciples of the various academies. Aren't we disciples too? Who are you lying to? Are there disciples with your level of cultivation? Teacher Yen, who set the rule that disciples can't have higher cultivation? You guys didn't restrict the contestants' cultivation level, you're blaming me. That makes so much sense. Yen Luo's expression darkened, so there was such a trick. Though it was stated from the start that it was a competition between academies, there was indeed no restriction on cultivation level, much less whether the participants were disciples or teachers, it was just that everyone automatically took it as disciples. Lone Moon admitted it when he saw that he was exposed. We passed by this place and saw that this competition was rather interesting, so we signed up for fun. Was it so interesting to bully a bunch of little kids? He really wanted to say, shameless. But he couldn't beat them, he really didn't dare to. Now that he thought about it, what Rin Qing said previously might have been true. During the first competition, these people entered their mystic realm, captured the beasts they reared, and even sold them to their disciples who were participating in the competition, and even almost captured their array guardian beast just now. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yen Luo felt bitter. If they were to organize such competitions in the future, they definitely had to restrict the contestants' cultivation level. Shen Ying's group of 4 became the first to pass the second round of competition, and there were even 4 of them who came out at once. From entering the maze to coming out, it took less than an hour. Even the people who tried the maze in the academy in the past did not have such a fast record. Yet what shocked them even more was that it wasn't just these 4 people. Right after them, more and more people walked out of the maze, and all of them were unscathed, as if they didn't encounter any array at all. The originally estimated 6 hours of competition time ended in less than 4 hours. Most of the people inside came out. When the competition ended, out of the 75 contestants who went in, 70 passed, only 5 people didn't come out, or were injured by the array at the start and were sent out prematurely. Everyone from Spirit Immortal Academy was dumbfounded. This was different from what they thought. It was after all the semi-finals, naturally it was more difficult than the preliminaries. The original plan was that it would be good if 15 people could successfully pass, but in the end, 90% of the people entered the finals. What kind of situation was this? Only Yen Luo, who was in the know, had a bitter expression. What else could it be? It was caused by those 2 people who pretended to be low-level disciples to sneak into the competition. Even the array guardian beast was frightened and left with serious repercussions. Even if they left, they wouldn't come out no matter what, directly causing the array and the maze to fail collectively. So the so-called maze after that was really just a maze. How could they not get out? Yen Luo felt bitter, but Yen Luo couldn't say it. Chapter 589. It was a fact that 70 disciples walked out of the array. No matter how suspicious the Immortal Academy was, they could only bite the bullet and continue with the competition. He felt that this combined competition was strange. There were too few people who passed the preliminaries and too many people who passed the semifinals. Anyway, they all ended mysteriously. However, he immediately realized that the first 2 rounds were not strange. The third round 3 days later was. The mechanism of the finals was very simple. It was nothing more than a duel between 2 people. The winner advanced until the top 3 were decided. In addition, the competition was carried out in front of everyone. Anything that happened could be seen at a glance. There would definitely not be any problems. That was what everyone thought. The competition was indeed very normal at the beginning, until the man called Lone Moon went on stage. Opponent 1. Brother, you have a good cultivation. My talent is shallow, and I am no match for you. I admit defeat here. Everyone, it was only half a move, right? Aren't you admitting defeat a little too quickly? Opponent 2. Brother, you have good swordsmanship. I am ashamed. I admit defeat. Everyone, wait, he didn't even use his sword. How did he know that his swordsmanship was good? Opponent 3. Brother, your spirit chi is so strong. I can't hold it anymore. I lost. Everyone, damn your spirit chi. He didn't have anything on him, okay? Opponent 4. I see that you have an imposing appearance and a high cultivation. You are a rare genius. I am definitely not your match. I give up. Everyone, are you here to compete or to be a fortune teller? Opponent 5. My stomach suddenly hurts. I can't compete in this competition. Just take it as my loss. Opponent 6. My chest suddenly hurts. Opponent 7. My head suddenly hurts. Without exception, as long as they faced the man called Lone Moon, they would feel pain somewhere and admit defeat. So everyone could only watch in bewilderment as he advanced all the way to the top. The competition, which was originally estimated to last 3 days, ended in a single day after everyone lost without even fighting. Lone Moon also became the first person to become the champion without fighting at all. Immortal Academy, the teachers, what the hell? Wasn't this competition a little too casual? Why was it called a joint competition? Might as well call it a surrender competition. There must be something fishy about this. One of the teachers couldn't hold it in any longer. No, I absolutely don't recognize this leader. He hasn't drawn his sword since the beginning. It's ridiculous for such a person to become the chief. That's right. Another person chimed in. What's wrong with these academy disciples? Did they treat the league tournament as a game? They had to compete again. Otherwise, how could such a champion convince the public? I think so too, and we should investigate this matter thoroughly. I don't believe this person can get first place just because of luck. He even turned to the person beside him and said, Teacher Yen, you're the head of the commandment hall. What do you think we should do about this? The corners of Yen Luo's mouth twitched. He then stood up and took a deep breath before saying, No need, just announce the results of the competition. What? The 3 of them were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. How could such words come out of his mouth? But there's something wrong with this person. If he really becomes the chief, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince the public. Yen Luo glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Look at the entire place, can you find anyone who isn't convinced? The other party was stunned. He turned to look at the disciples in the field, only to realize that there really wasn't anyone. Not only that, before he even announced the end of the competition, those participants had already crowded over to congratulate him. There wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure on their faces, even some teachers went over. What was going on? How could this be? He was dumbfounded, but still said with some dissatisfaction, but this is too exaggerated, no matter what, we have to test his abilities before, junior brother. Yen Luo suddenly took a step forward and patted his shoulder with a serious expression, saying word by word, believe me, you definitely won't be willing to see his abilities. Even I was crushed, what more do you people who are weaker than me want? Hurry up, announce it. He waved his hand tiredly. Everyone was still a little confused, but seeing that Yen Luo, who had the highest cultivation, had already admitted it, they couldn't say anything more and directly announced the results of the competition. Hence, Lone Moon gloriously became the first chief of the United Academy competition. Exalted. Exalted immortal. Instead, Buggy, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but ask, why would they all willingly admit defeat? Buggy had a bewildered expression. Although there was the friendship of selling beasties previously, but it was a competition between the academies after all, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for so many people to admit defeat on their own. Lone Moon turned back to look at him before answering, oh, because I sent a message to them last night, those who lose to me in today's competition can get a 50% discount on their debts from the mystic realm. Buggy, I Ching, Shining, so this was the reason why he said they didn't need to participate in the finals. He really could make a business out of anything. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for those who owed debts. What to do? Due to the accelerated process of the competition, the second and third places were decided very quickly. Finally, it was time for the exciting award ceremony. Lone Moon couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He could get the spirit seed back and go home soon. Even those teachers from Immortal Spirit Academy who were looking at him with complicated expressions were now eager for everything. Until the other party handed 2 bags to his hands. His expression then darkened abruptly. What's this? Your prize for the champion. The teacher who was presenting the awards replied in a bad mood. This is the prize. Lone Moon's expression darkened even more as he raised the 2 bags in his hands and asked again. This is an immortal stone. That teacher thought he had never seen an immortal stone before and explained directly, immortal stones are even rarer than spirit stones. Of course I know these are immortal stones. Nonsense, did he think he had never seen immortal stones before? There were hundreds of thousands lying in his own storage bag. Lone Moon's expression turned cold as he took a deep breath and said, if I remember correctly, the prize for the champion that you announced back then wasn't this? This disciple of yours. Don't be so ungrateful. Hearing his dissatisfied tone, that teacher looked at him with some reproach and said, this is a whole 2,000 immortal stones, the rich energy within is even more than the one in the Easter egg previously, you get this? I don't need immortal stones. Lone Moon directly cut him off. Where's the Easter egg? You. The teacher was a little angry as well and said directly, there's no Easter egg, these immortal stones are the prize. Chapter 590. Lone Moon's expression darkened in an instant, even I Ching's expression darkened beside him, his lips curled into a smile instantly as he said word by word, what this teacher means is that you intend to go back on your word at the last minute. Damn it. I've been busy for half a day, at the last moment you actually dared to switch the egg for me. To hell with the competition, he should have made a move right from the start. At once, the sword chi around him was released instantly, the boundless pressure was about to sweep towards the surroundings. The teacher, who was still a little annoyed that he did not know how to appreciate favors, paled instantly, his legs trembled and he was about to kneel down. Beside him, Yen Luo only felt his heart skip a beat before he hurriedly rushed over. Fellow Daoist, don't be rash. Let's talk things through. Yen Luo hurriedly pulled the person who had just given out the award behind him. Looking at this person's reaction, he suddenly understood the purpose of participating in the competition these few days. It was probably for that egg. But as for why the reward was suddenly changed, he wasn't very clear. Yet he hurriedly turned around and asked, "Junior brother, where's that Easter egg? Why did the reward suddenly change?" "Senior brother Yen." That person was dazed. He shuddered for no reason at the thought of that huge aura just now. Only then did he reply with some lingering fear in his heart. "That egg is with the insect clan. Yesterday the insect clan sent a message asking for that Easter egg from us. That insect clan queen has always liked this kind of egg, so They thought that the Easter egg was just a little richer in spirit chi. There was nothing strange about it. So they changed the reward to immortal stones, and as compensation, they even doubled it." No cultivator would have any objections to this kind of situation, who knew that someone who did not lack immortal stones at all would come. Insect clan. Lone Moon frowned, turning to look at a certain insect at the side. Buggy shuddered instantly. He hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum. I don't know anything." He hurriedly pointed to the butterfly knot on his head and said, "You guys know, the last time Great Immortal tied up my antennae, until now I still have no way of contacting the insects in the clan." Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look, their expressions darkening even more. Shening instead suddenly spoke. "Where is the nest of your insect clan?" It's in the northern desert's insect mountain." Buggy answered honestly. Their faces darkened, and without any delay, they picked up Buggy and flew up on their swords. "Lead the way." With that, the three people and one bug disappeared before their eyes. Only then did the sword chi at the scene disappear. The teacher's legs went soft, and they sat on the ground. "Teacher Yen, who are those people?" "Don't ask me." Yen Luo's face was bitter. "I don't know either." Anyway, he wasn't to be trifled with. The few of them flew very quickly, and in a short while, they had already flown above a desert. From afar, they could see black mountains ahead of them. The one in the middle was so tall that it reached the clouds. The mountain seemed to be made of a special kind of rock. There were no plants on it, and it looked like a black tower. There were all kinds of giant zergs crawling around the tower. Some of them were in human form, while others were in beetle form. What was even more peculiar was that there were all kinds of birds on Insect Mountain, and they looked similar to those in the mystic realm previously. These were demon beasts. Since when did the insect clan live together with demon beasts, and most of them were from the winged clan? All of us insect clan were born from the queen, but ever since we arrived at the end of the void, her rate of production decreased by a lot, so the queen has nothing to do and recently has a special hobby. Buggy pointed at those demon beasts below and explained. She not only likes to lay eggs, she also likes to incubate eggs. And there was no limit to the type of eggs. I Ching, Lone Moon, Shening, was this the reason why she suddenly wanted to leave the Easter egg? Just because she laid too few eggs, and wanted to incubate other people's eggs for fun? The three of them frowned. Buggy could not help but plead weakly, "Great Immortal, our queen is actually a very good insect, she definitely doesn't know that the egg is yours, that's why she wants to leave. Can you give Buggy a chance to explain the situation to her? Can we not take action?" The few of them looked at each other and nodded. "Alright, since you've been working hard these past few days, I'll give it to you." Only then did Buggy heave a sigh of relief, and hurriedly led the three of them into the mother nest, bringing them all the way in. There were no more demon beasts in the nest. It was densely packed with all kinds of insects. Most of them were in their original forms, looking extremely terrifying. Perhaps it was because Buggy was leading the way, they did not attack many people. Buggy brought them round and round, all the way to the innermost part of the nest and stopped in a circular passageway. They could faintly see an extremely large space in front. and on both sides of the passageway, there were several tens of tall bugs guarding. Buggy went forward and touched his antennae with the one in front, communicating something. After a while, he turned back to look at the few of them. "Great immortals, please wait here for a moment, the Queen will summon me soon." With that said, he knelt down in the passageway obediently, as if waiting for something. That insect that was communicating with him earlier had already turned and crawled into the room in front to make a report. The few of them waited for about a quarter of an hour before that reporting insect walked out, and went forward to nod at Buggy. Instantly, the several tens of tall insects in the passageway retreated to both sides, opening up a passageway. "Great immortal, the Queen wants to see me and you." Buggy turned to look at Lone Moon and explained. "All right." Lone Moon nodded, and turned back to look at Shining and Chef. "Wait here for a while." With that said, he directly followed Buggy in. They had just taken a few steps when a barrier appeared in front of them. They directly passed through it, and instantly the scenery before their eyes changed. They arrived in a huge circular cave. Different from what they imagined, the cave was filled with fresh flowers. Like a sea of flowers, and in the middle of the sea of flowers, a huge insect that looked like a moth was entrenched in the cave. Its body was extremely huge, almost taking up half of the entire cave. A pair of huge compound eyes on its head were staring at the two who came in. 8 long steel-like legs were curled under its body, a huge belly laid flat on the ground. Streaks of light flashed across its belly from time to time, and from time to time, a white egg would pop out with a popping sound. Surrounding its body were some insects that were half the height of a human. They seemed to be the insect race that specialized in transporting eggs for the Queen, lining up one by one to catch the insect eggs that the Queen gave birth to, and then transporting them out one by one. And under the Queen's belly, there was also a circle of eggs of different colors and auras. They looked like those of strange beasts. Buggy was right, this Queen indeed liked to incubate eggs. "You're the human who won that colored egg?" The Queen suddenly spoke. Her mouth clearly did not move, but a somewhat sharp female voice instantly spread throughout the entire room. Chapter 591. That's right. Lone Moon stepped forward. The Queen shifted her huge body and moved closer. Her compound eyes, which were half the size of a human's head, reflected tens of millions of images of Lone Moon. After looking for a while, she laughed coldly. "Human, you're very brave. Do you know that in these thousands of years, you're the first person who dares to enter my tribe's nest?" "Queen, I didn't mean to offend you." Lone Moon frowned. His impression of the insect race was still stuck in those horror movies in his previous life. He could only treat the insect in front of him as a large demon beast. "But the egg that you took away is very important to us. Please return it to us." "You're talking about this?" It suddenly moved its belly. There were all kinds of spirit beast eggs under its huge belly. The one in the center was that colored egg. It directly reached out with 2 tentacles and picked up that colored egg. Its cold compound eyes looked at Lone Moon again. "You want this egg?" Lone Moon nodded. "Yes." It suddenly laughed. That laughter was very strange, like a kind of howl. It was a little ear-piercing, and there was not a bit of emotion in it. It was as if it was simply saying a noun. You humans can always find some strange things. This egg is the same. It doesn't look like there's much energy in it, but in reality, the energy here is purer than anything else. You can't see it, but I can feel it. Lone Moon frowned. Then he heard it say again, "Do you know why I want to collect these eggs?" It seemed like it didn't need him to answer. It continued, "My children have limited intelligence. They think that I just like them, so they go around looking for eggs for me to incubate. But they don't know that I'm only interested in the energy in these eggs. It can soothe the injuries in my body. Our insect race has always lived by the Queen. As long as I'm here, the insect race will not perish. It waved its tentacles and turned the colored egg on it. Its voice deepened. It's just that when I transmigrated to this end of the void, I suffered irreparable injuries. This caused my reproduction rate to seriously decline. This caused our insect race to be unable to regain the glory of the past. But this egg can temporarily heal this kind of injury, especially this one with especially pure energy. Then human. His voice sank, and there was a hint of sarcasm in it. Do you think I will return such a thing to you? Lone Moon's frown deepened. It looked like he could not reason with her. Then the queen should know that since I dared to come to your nest, I have to get this egg. We are not afraid of fighting directly. The queen let out that weird laugh again. The thousands of shadows in her huge compound eyes became even clearer. It was extremely horrifying. After a while, she continued to say in a deep voice, "Human, you don't have to threaten me. From the moment you entered the royal family, I could feel the abilities on your bodies. You are indeed very strong, but you are not so strong that you have no weaknesses." Lone Moon was stunned. He sensed carefully and immediately felt his body stiffen. The god power in his body suddenly felt like it was being restrained. This feeling was a little familiar. It was just like when he was forced to marry by that peach blossom demon. His heart jumped. "The flowers here, you finally noticed." The queen laughed even louder. "Why do you think I stayed here to talk to you for so long? I've said it before, I'm different from those children with low intelligence. And you humans have always been arrogant. You prefer to materialize alien races that have no human form." Shit! Lone Moon also felt that he had been too careless. The intelligence of this Queen Zerg was not like that of ordinary beasts. She was even more cunning than ordinary people. She had never thought of giving him the egg in the first place. She had only set a trap for him to come in. Buggy, who was at the side, was rather anxious. He looked at Lone Moon and then at the queen. "My queen." The nature of its race made it unable to say anything to refute its own queen. It could only be anxious. "The energy in your body is quite interesting." The queen crawled 2 steps towards him. There was a hint of murderous intent in those cold compound eyes. "Perhaps if I absorb your energy, my injuries will heal faster." With that said, she raised her front limbs that were like huge guillotines. "For Buggy's sake, we do not wish to fight you." Lone Moon's surprise was only for a moment. He immediately regained his composure. Back then, the flower demon could control him mainly because of the bewitchment. He was not conscious at that time. It was not that those flowers could really restrain him. He was a manager after all. "Do you really think you can win just because you use these flowers to seal my god power?" The queen paused. As if she had thought of something, she smiled again. "Are you talking about those 2 people outside?" She snorted coldly. "Foolish human, do you really think they can save you? That's good too. Anyway, you're all going to become my food. We don't mind letting you reunite first." With that said, she made another indecipherable sound. The next moment, the footsteps of 2 people could be heard from outside. In a short while, 2 familiar figures were reflected on the barrier at the door. "I'd like to see if they're like you. Have as much energy as you do." The moment the queen finished speaking, 2 figures passed through the screen and walked into the room. "Naive human, I will not be defeated, ah." The queen's words were stuck in her throat. She shuddered violently as if she had been hit by a wave. It was as if she had received a huge shock. It was a man and a woman who entered. The man was indeed emitting even more intense energy. As for the woman, great. Great. Great Demon King, with a few puff sounds, her tail shook and she was so frightened that she spat out a series of insect eggs. Yo! Shining looked up and glanced at the queen. Big insect. The next moment, the queen sprawled on the ground at lightning speed. She directly raised the colored egg on her feeler and handed it over to Shining. Lord Shining, your egg. She was so terrified that she could not react in time. It was as if that insufferably arrogant person just now wasn't it. Lone Moon, Ching, Buggy, Hee, indeed, terrified at the sight of Ing was a fine racial tradition of the insect race. Oh. Shining directly reached out to receive the egg. Her fingers moved, but she still resisted the urge to pull the queen over out of habit. The girl hurriedly retracted her feeler and retreated in a flash. Her entire insect shrunk to the other side of the room. Her huge body curled up into a ball, trying hard to reduce her presence. The arrogance earlier disappeared instantly, as if she had never existed. She did not even dare to lay an egg. Chapter 592. Lone Moon frowned. He felt like he had just seen a fake worm king. He couldn't be bothered with it. He walked toward Shining and looked at the egg in her hand. How is it, Shining? Is this the spirit seed? Shining frowned. After a while, she replied, maybe. With that said, she suddenly tightened her grip. There was a crisp sound. The spirit seed was crushed. Holy shit, Shining, what are you? He stopped mid-sentence. It's empty. How could this be? He looked at her palm carefully. There was only an empty eggshell. There was nothing inside. Even the aura of the original source on the egg had disappeared. All of a sudden, the three of them turned to look at a certain huge body. It's none of my business, Lord. The queen shuddered. Her entire body shook. Even the house fell a layer of dust. It looked like it was about to collapse. I didn't open the egg. I just absorbed some of the energy on the eggshell. Really? I swear. With that said, she raised her 8 claws and 2 antennae. Only her huge stomach was left to maintain her body. This spirit seed might not have been in the egg from the beginning. I Ching said in a low voice. This might be why we couldn't find its location at Immortal Academy. The original chi on the eggshell was too weak. They couldn't find it unless they saw it face to face. At first, they thought it was because the eggshell was shielding the spirit seed. They didn't expect that the spirit seed was not here at all. Lone Moon thought about it. That was true. This queen wouldn't dare to lie to Shining. Besides, the spirit seed was so rich in original chi. If it was really in the worm nest, they couldn't have not detected it. What do we do now? He frowned. The clue was broken again. Where can we find it? Now that the eggshell is here, it's very likely that the spirit seed has already left this state. I Ching frowned too. We don't know what state it will appear in. We really don't know where to start looking. The two of them fell silent. They didn't expect to be in vain. Why don't we ask Fishbone? Shining suddenly said. What Fishbone? Lone Moon was stunned. After a while, he reacted. You mean Ling Wenxian? Why are you looking for him? I Ching paused and hurriedly reminded, Father Nyo, do you remember how Ling Wenxian's leg was injured? Ah. Lone Moon still did not understand. Didn't you say that we went on a mission with the academy and then encountered a demon beast and brought along this spirit? Holy shit. He reacted instantly and his eyes widened. Don't tell me he was the one who brought this spiritual seed back. Ling Hong had told him before that the prize for first place in the competition was found by Ling Wenxian when he broke his leg on a mission. This proved that they must have encountered danger before they found the spirit seed. Ling Wenxian was also injured, so he naturally knew what happened at that time. Let's go back and find him. He walked out, and Shining and Yi Qing followed. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared from the room. A certain huge object that was still huddled in the corner heaved a sigh of relief. However, it still did not dare to make too much noise, afraid that it would attract the attention of the person who had already gone far away. It actually didn't die, it was still alive, it actually didn't go extinct. I want to cry. The few of them flew very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they flew back to Yang City and went straight to Ling Hong's house. Ling Hong had gone to the academy. When they arrived, he was still not back. Ling Wenxian, who opened the door, was stunned for a moment when he saw them. He hurriedly welcomed them in. "Three benefactors, why are you here?" His expression lit up, and he invited them to take a seat. In just a few days, his leg had already recovered, and he walked no different from a normal person. Lone Moon glanced at him and found that the demonic qi in his body had also dissipated completely, and he had regained his golden core cultivation. "I was originally planning to wait for my younger brother to come back and personally thank you. I didn't think that the three of you would come here first." He looked at the three of them and asked, as if thinking of something, "I remember that today is the day of the finals. Why didn't Ling Hong come back with benefactors?" "We had something on, so we left first," Lone Moon replied. "I took the liberty of disturbing you this time because I have something important to ask fellow Daoist Ling. Fellow Daoist is too courteous. Just call me Wenxian." His smile became even more gentle. "My leg only recovered because of your help. As long as benefactors have any use for me, just say the word. I will definitely not hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Fellow Daoist is too kind." Lone Moon habitually replied politely. "We only help to refine the fish bones. It's not much of a favor." His expression became even more solemn. "Benefactors, what are you saying? My younger brother can't tell, but how can I not know? No matter how special that red-scented fish bone is, it can't heal my leg and restore my cultivation." He said directly, "The medicine that benefactors gave me that day is completely different from the one that my younger brother made. I understand that it was benefactors who helped me secretly that I could recover so quickly." With that said, he directly knelt down and solemnly bowed to the three of them. "Many thanks, benefactors, for giving me a new lease on life. Fellow Daoist Wenxian, don't stand on ceremony." He didn't expect him to be such an understanding person. "That's good." Lone Moon hurriedly helped him up. "Last time was just a small effort, but now we do have something important that we need to trouble you with. Benefactors, please speak." Ling Wenxian seemed to see their eagerness. Without further delay, he directly asked, "Fellow Daoist, can you tell us in detail about this Easter egg?" He directly took out the Easter egg that was crushed by Shining and then restored by him using sorcery. "Where did you find it that day? Did you encounter anything?" "This Easter egg?" Ling Wenxian was stunned. He took a look at that egg and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "So fellow Daoist won the championship of the United Competition. Congratulations, fellow Daoist." He happily congratulated him and then answered, "Actually, this egg was found when I went to the Flame Mountain in the north with the Academy's teachers for a mission." He carefully recalled for a while before continuing. "That Flame Mountain is a volcano. There are many beasts in the flame forest nearby. At that time, a high-level beast broke into a nearby town and could not be dealt with. So we asked the Immortal Spirit Academy to help. And this Easter egg was found in the beast's nest when we were exterminating it. Other than that, did anything strange happen?" Lone Moon continued to ask. "No." He shook his head. "Speaking of strange, that beast was unexpectedly ferocious. Even the teachers could not completely defend against it. So He subconsciously looked down at his feet and sighed. After I was bitten, I lost all my cultivation and could not use any sorcery at all. Wait a minute. Cultivation. Chapter 593. Lone Moon faltered, turning back to size him up, as if he was about to think of something, but couldn't grasp it. Until Chef at the side suddenly reminded, it's demonic chi. He was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what the problem was. This was the end of the void, because it was too messy. The demon beasts here actually didn't have demonic chi, but a kind of messy aura that they couldn't identify. Like the beasts in the mystic realm, and the peach blossom spirit from last time, they didn't have demonic chi aura at all. But Ling Wenxian's injury was indeed due to the effects of demonic chi. He mixed the elixir into the medicine, dispersing the demonic chi in his dantian, then he recovered. So, the beast they were dealing with was a real demon beast. Like the plane they were in, a demon beast with demonic chi. Lone Moon looked at the eggshell in his hand again. Only the original source spirit seed could give birth to pure demon beasts. This eggshell alone couldn't do it, which meant that this spirit seed was actually once in this egg. No. It should be said that it was once in that flame mountain, that caused those demon beasts to have demonic chi. And it was brought back to its nest by that beast, but then it disappeared. Ling Wenxian faltered. Suddenly looking at the empty egg in Lone Moon's hand, he subconsciously said, why does the energy in this egg feel like it has decreased a lot? He said with a puzzled expression, I remember when I first saw this egg, the energy inside was much denser. Lone Moon turned back to look at him, instantly firming up his thoughts. Fellow Daoist Wenxian, you should ask about the specific location of that Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain is in the north towards the west. Ling Wenxian answered, it's thousands of miles away from Yang City. Thank you for telling us. Lone Moon nodded. We have urgent matters to attend to, we won't disturb you any longer, we'll take our leave first. The few of them got up and planned to leave, but Ling Wenxian directly stood up and said with some anxiousness, are you guys really going to Flame Mountain? Lone Moon felt that there was no need to hide anymore. He directly nodded. Yes, we have something to investigate. That place is too dangerous, and the terrain is complicated. He had a worried expression. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said directly, why don't I go with you guys? I can lead the way for you. It would be best if someone could lead the way. Lone Moon glanced at him and shook his head. There's no need. You're a disciple of the Immortal Academy. It's not good for you to leave just like that. This academy was not much different from a sect. He was already disliked when he was injured, and even Ling Hong and the others were often targeted by others. There was no need for him to cause trouble for them. But he was still a little worried. Seeing that they really did not need him to lead the way, he thought for a moment and said, then please wait a moment. He suddenly turned around and entered a room at the side. He took out a brush and ink and began to quickly draw something. After a while, he walked over with 2 pieces of paper. This is the map to the Flame Mountain. The other one is the terrain of the Flame Mountain that I drew based on my memory. Maybe it will be of help to you. Lone Moon took a look. The drawing on the paper was very detailed. Even the places where they discovered the strange beasts were marked out. It was indeed what they needed. Thank you, fellow Daoist Wenxian. It's what I should do. He smiled and took out a communication jade token. If there's anything that you're not clear about, you can contact me through this jade token. Lone Moon took it over and nodded. Then, he left with Shining and Chef. After taking a close look at the map, the few of them headed directly in the direction of the Flame Mountain. As they could not teleport directly, they could only fly on their swords. However, the further north they flew, the hotter the surroundings became. Even the terrain became more and more desolate. The ground was a patch of withered yellow. The grass that they occasionally saw was also wilted. It was as if they had been exposed to the sun. They flew for 2 to 3 days. The strange thing was that the scenery below suddenly changed. Large patches of green forest appeared. Though the weather was still hot, it was as if the whole world had come alive. There was a sense of liveliness everywhere. I Ching frowned. He looked at the forest below and couldn't help but say, "Father Nyo, this forest." Loneman's expression darkened. "This forest is filled with demonic qi. It seems that there is more than one strange beast with demonic qi." The two of them exchanged a look. They sped up towards the Flame Mountain. They spent another half a day before reaching their destination. They saw a huge volcano from afar. Fiery red light could be seen at the mouth of the volcano from time to time. There was even black smoke above it. In front of them was a huge forest that they couldn't see the end of. It was densely packed with trees. Moreover, it was clearly very hot. However, the forest was also shrouded in layers of white fog. The entire forest felt like a fairyland. However, these were slightly different in I Ching and Loneman's eyes. Other than the white fog, the demonic qi in this forest was the thickest they had seen along the way. Though it was not as good as the demon realm they had seen in the past, but looking at the forest, there were at least demon beasts that were level 8 and above. Lone Moon took out the second map and compared it carefully. He then released his divine perception to scan the entire forest. Then, he pointed to the right and said, "The place where we found the spirit seed is over there." With that said, the few of them directly turned and flew in that direction. In a short while, a clear little lake appeared in front of them. It was called a lake, but it was actually not much bigger than a pond. However, in the middle of the lake, there was a piece of land that was more than 10 meters wide. The place that Ling Wenxian had drawn where they found the spirit seed was on it. The three of them directly landed. Indeed, the moment they landed, they felt a trace of original source qi rushing towards them. This little island was not big. One look and they could see everything. There was also a huge nest in the forest on the island. That original source qi was emitted from it. Only that the nest was empty. Lone Moon walked one round around this huge nest. It was obvious that there should have been a demon beast here in the past. But now, even the surrounding demonic qi was very faint. "Chef, did you discover anything?" Lone Moon looked at the person beside him and asked. Chef shook his head. "The original source qi here should be leftovers from a long time ago. The spirit seed should not have been here for a long time. In other words, they had made a wasted trip again." Lone Moon was a little frustrated. He turned to look at Shining and said, "Foodie, can we reject this matter about the spirit seed? Anyway, that spirit seed belonged to me Lo. It had nothing to do with their plane." Shining tilted her head. After a while, she said, "Flower is very close to my sister." And then, "What has it got to do with your sister?" Only then did she say in all seriousness, "Then he'll tell on me. Son of AB *TCH. Is this your so-called friendship as classmates?" So it only started from telling on her parents. Chapter 594. Father Nyo. I Ching stepped forward and interrupted them. For some reason, he did not want to hear his master mention that man. "Let's use the tracing technique to track the aura of the spirit seed." Lone Moon hurriedly activated his god power and conjured a seal. In less than a moment, a beam of white light appeared between his fingers and formed an array on the ground. Several rays of light shot out from the formation and shot out in all directions. The original chi here hasn't dissipated yet. We should be able to find it soon. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook. With a rumbling sound, the ground began to crack inch by inch. The trees around them began to shake. Even the ground beneath their feet cracked into a meter-wide ditch. There was no place to stand at all. I Ching hugged Shining beside him and flew up on their swords with Lone Moon. They were just about to fly into the sky. All of a sudden, several vines shot out from the ground and attacked the few of them. I Ching instinctively summoned his sword and turned around to slash at them. With just a light slash, the vines broke. They could no longer catch up with their speed. He did not even have to summon his sword chi. Ha! Chef was stunned. These tree vines were unbelievably weak. They did not have any spirit chi. It was as if they were just tree vines. The few of them flew up on their swords and looked back. All the trees on the island suddenly came to life. One by one, they pulled themselves out of the ground and stood up like tree men in sci-fi movies. As if they had gone mad, they waved their branches and threw vines at the three people in the sky. What is this? Lone Moon was stunned. Did these trees become spirits? However, these were all ordinary mortal plants. Even the sentient wood tree demons could only transform into spirit bodies. Their true bodies couldn't move. They were not plant spirits. Unless they ascended to immortality and their bodies were destroyed in the lightning tribulation, they could not transform into spirit bodies. Tree demons. I Ching was stunned as well. He looked closely at them. They all had demonic chi on them. This proved that they were demons. But they really pulled themselves out of the ground. What's more, they were using their roots as legs and moving towards them. Lone Moon looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The entire island, no, not just the island. He turned his head and saw that all the trees in the forest had come to life. The entire lush forest was suddenly filled with tree shadows. Just like the trees on the island, these trees with vines were swinging their vines, while those without vines were swinging their roots. It was as if they were thinking of ways to pull them down from the sky. The originally quiet forest was suddenly filled with rustling sounds. A tyrannical aura floated faintly in the air. What's going on? It's the spirit seed, Shining suddenly said. The spirit seed is born from the power of the original source. Of course, it can also create living beings. So it was the spirit seed that awakened them and gave them sentience. Could it be that the spirit seed is still here? Lone Moon was overjoyed. He looked down at the trees that had come back to life. But what about these trees? Furthermore, he was fine just now, so why did he suddenly attack them? The few of them flew a little high, and the trees seemed to understand that the vines could not reach them, so they slowly stopped attacking. Lone Moon had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that one of the trees on the island suddenly curled up its vines, pulled a fruit off the tree, and threw it directly towards them. Lone Moon dodged reflexively, and the fruit directly brushed past his side and fell into the water with a thud. In an instant, all the tree people seemed to have found a new way to attack. They all pulled the fruits from the trees and began to throw them towards them. Holy shit! These trees must have really become spirits. Definitely, right? You too, hurry up and set up the array. Lone Moon subconsciously turned around and was just about to remind the two of them to set up a defensive array. Fruits. Shen Ying's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted, "Chef! They're coming in, catch them quickly. Catch them quickly." "Yes, master, no problem, master." In the next moment, Chef's figure flashed across the sky like a shadow. He specially created more than 10 unshackled doppelgangers to catch the fruits that were thrown up from the ground one by one. Along the way, he also conveniently stuffed Shining onto his flying sword. Lone Moon. Motherf asterisk Ker. Thus, the two of them happily played the game of catching fruits in the air as if they had harvested a harvest. All the fruits that were thrown over were caught by Chef without missing a single one. In less than 7 minutes, the storage bag was filled to the brim. Master, what should we do if the storage bag is full? I still have more. Shining hurriedly handed over her own, and then pulled Lone Moon's. Father no, I'll borrow yours for a while. Chef, on the right, on the right. That one is about to fall into the water. Chef, catch a few more of those yellow fruits. They're delicious. Chef, don't catch the green ones. They're definitely not ripe yet. Chef's figure instantly flew even faster. Yes, master, no problem, master. Directly from more than 10 doppelgangers, they transformed into more than 10. One batch caught the fruits, and another batch picked the fruits. That was called being busy in an orderly manner, very orderly. In any case, there was an entire forest of trees. Very soon, the other 2 storage bags were also full. Chef even directly opened up a small mystic realm of unknown origin. He opened up an entrance in the air and directly carried the fruits in like a maniac. He was busy alone, as if he was at the scene of the spring festival. Lone Moon. F asterisk King retard. Do you really think you're here to stock up? He really wanted to pretend that he didn't know these 2 fellows. The fruits that were being thrown over were also getting fewer and fewer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Then, he threw out a wisp of immortal chi that turned into a rope. It directly tied up a small tree on the island that was as tall as a human and lifted it up. That small tree was obviously panicking. It waved its branches and roots and struggled frantically, but was instantly fixed in place by the immortal chi on the immortal rope. It could not resist at all as it was lifted up. In the next moment, all the trees in the forest stopped, as if frightened by this move of his. Even the act of throwing fruits stopped. The 2 who were harvesting immediately turned their heads and looked over at the same time. What are you looking at? Lone Moon glared back. That's enough from the 2 of you. You really want to carry all the fruits in the entire forest back. Did they remember what they were here for? The 2 of them exchanged a look and sighed together. Only then did they reluctantly close that small mystic realm. They turned their heads to look at the small sapling in his hand. Lone Moon carefully looked at the sapling in his hand. Although this tree had developed sentience, one look and he could tell that it did not know how to speak. So he directly conjured a seal and transferred a wisp of immortal chi into its sentience. Almost instantly, he felt a surge of anger surging up. Chapter 595. Lone Moon frowned and asked, "What are you? Why are you attacking us?" The tree shook its leaves. A moment later, an angry emotion was transmitted from its spirit consciousness into Lone Moon's consciousness. He tried to decipher it for a while before he understood what it meant. "Batty. You want to capture my lord. Don't allow it. Chase him out. Who exactly is your my lord?" Lone Moon's heart jumped. Could it be the spirit seed? The spirit seed was really still in this forest. No other emotions came from the sapling. Lone Moon had no choice but to stop the spell and send the sapling back down. The trees in the forest saw that the sapling had returned and started to move again. A new round of harvest of fruits was about to begin. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He directly released his suppressive might to shock these trees. Indeed, trees needed to be frightened. Unfortunately, their spirit intelligence was not high. He could not ask for the location of the spirit seed. He could only conjure a seal with both hands. An array was formed instantly. Since he could not ask for it, he could only find it himself. In the next moment, a huge searching array appeared in the sky. The white array swept across the entire forest in an instant, searching for the remnant chi of the original source. In less than a moment, a response came from a few miles in front of them. Over there. Lone Moon pointed to the right. He immediately turned and flew in that direction. Chef followed immediately. He even found the right time to carry Shining back onto his sword. Lone Moon flew over and found a depression in the center of the forest. It looked like it had been smashed by something. There was a pit about 4 to 5 meters deep. There were all kinds of trees growing in the pit. They were luxuriant and grew towards the innermost area. It was as if they were using their leaves to hide something. He was speechless. Wasn't this a little too obvious? He was just about to land into the pit in the middle when he realized that the trees that he had shocked suddenly stretched out their roots to form a net. They stacked and covered a certain area in the middle. All right, he did not even need to find the location. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He directly summoned several spirit swords. With sharp sword chi, they landed on the area covered by the tree roots. It stabbed into the tree roots, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. After a while, they retreated with rustling sounds. He flew down directly. Just as he was about to approach, the trees seemed to be anxious. They suddenly plucked the fruits from the branches and rolled into the pit. The other trees followed suit and shook the fruits from their branches into the hole. After a short while, the cave was filled with all kinds of fruits. Lone Moon. Do you think fruits are omnipotent? If he filled it in, he wouldn't be able to see it. The eyes of the master and disciple behind him instantly lit up. Hey, that's enough, you too. Didn't you have enough just now? Lone Moon glared at them. He couldn't be bothered to go over. He waved his hand and a spell was cast. In the next moment, the fruits in the cave floated up one by one, along with the dried leaves at the bottom of the cave. Among the many fruits, there was an eye-catching green color that was particularly eye-catching. This was it. He changed his hand seal and the green object flew straight towards him. He waved his hand and the other fruits all flew in Shen Ying's direction. They landed neatly in front of a certain foodie. Chef, collect them. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. She immediately gave Chef a look and continued to collect the fruits. Lone Moon then looked in front of him. The thing that was floating in the air was waving its leaves with all its might. He saw that this thing was long and thin. Its upper body was crispy green and its lower body was snow white. It looked very much like a onion. The corner of his mouth twitched. No. Chef stood up after collecting the fruits. He corrected seriously, this is garlic. Identifying vegetables was his specialty. Lone Moon frowned. Even garlic can become a spirit these days. You demons are too unpicky, aren't you? Let go of me. Let go of me. A small, sharp, and somewhat childish voice came from that garlic. Yo, it's a garlic demon that can only talk. Shining. Lone Moon turned to look at the foodie. Don't tell me this is a spirit seed. This was a freaking spirit seed in the foodie world. No. Shining shook her head. It must have been affected by the spirit seed. What's with the inexplicable feeling of relief? You bad people. Let go of me. The garlic demon was still struggling. Seeing that it could not escape from Lone Moon's spell, it waved its garlic leaves and cursed, bastard. Bad people. Not only did you capture the Lord, you also want to capture me. Just you wait, I. It seemed to be anxious. It raised the white garlic head below, waved its leaves, and tore off the skin, revealing the white garlic. I'm going to spicy you to death. As it spoke, it forcefully extended its hand in the direction of their eyes. Lone Moon, Ching, Shining, this is really a scary threat. Oh, the corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He pulled the garlic demon further away. Tell me, little garlic demon. Who is the Lord you're talking about? Who's a little garlic? I'm clearly a garlic. The garlic demon tooted. It even waved its garlic head to emphasize, the very spicy kind. You ugly bastard, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. What the heck? Who are you calling ugly bastards? Did you plant demons graduate from the same school as Radish? Try scolding me one more time. Do you believe that I won't throw you into chef's pot? You bad people who bully the Lord. The garlic demon was completely unaware of the danger it was in. It continued to struggle and threaten, just you wait. When I grow a little bigger, I'll definitely go and save the Lord. Oh. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. He deliberately changed the topic and asked, You're just a weak little demon. You want to save your Lord. Do you know where it is? Humph. It snorted coldly, waved its garlic leaves, and pointed at the volcano not far away. Don't think that I don't know. I've heard from the little trees on the mountain that you've captured the adults and brought them to the Flame Mountain. Just you wait, when I've cultivated to the point where I'm not afraid of fire, I'll definitely go and save it. Don't think that you can get the Lord just like that. You ugly bastards don't even have the right to serve the Lord. Flame Mountain. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. They turned to look at the volcano not far away. It was still spewing sparks from time to time. So the spirit seed was there. No wonder they didn't sense it before. Let's go. To the volcano. Lone Moon was just about to fly on his sword. Wait. I Ching suddenly reached out and pulled him back. He shook his head and looked at the sky. Let's eat. If they didn't eat now, they would miss it. Nothing was more important than Master. Lone Moon, can you be this punctual when you do other things? But it was indeed too late. What's more, if the spirit seed was really there, it wouldn't be able to escape. He had no choice but to stop. He looked at the garlic demon in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Then, he nodded and said, I can eat. But I want to eat garlic shrimp, garlic crab, garlic white meat, garlic flower shell, garlic white exploding spirit beast. I Ching, Shining, the garlic demon, are you a demon? Chapter 596. While they were waiting for their meals, Lone Moon managed to get the information he needed from the garlic demon. The Lord that it mentioned was indeed the spirit seed. All the tree demons in the forest, including the garlic demon, were influenced by the spirit seed to turn into spirits. Among all the trees, the garlic demon was the first to become sentient. That was why all the trees in the forest listened to its commands. But not long ago, the spirit seed was suddenly captured by a demon from outside. In order to snatch the spirit seed back, the trees chased after the demon and forced it into the volcano. The trees were afraid of fire and did not dare to come close. They could only wait there and not let the demon come out. But this did not seem to be of much use. At that moment, the two sides were at a stalemate. So it looks like the spirit seed has already taken human form. Lone Moon frowned as he recalled the garlic demon's description. He looked at Shining and said, not only can the spirit seed take human form, it can also take human form. It can. Shining nodded. The spirit seed has sentience to begin with. It has a human form, doesn't it? Then why didn't you say so earlier? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He picked up the pace of clearing the bowls and chopsticks. Hurry up and find someone. Only then did they fly towards the volcano. The closer they got to the mouth of the volcano, the higher the temperature. Even he could feel a hint of heat. The few of them indeed felt a hint of familiar original chi. But because the thick smell of lava diluted this aura, there was also a hint of demonic chi in it. Lone Moon immediately set up an isolation array around the three of them. Instantly, the surrounding heat was swept away. He turned back and reminded them, "Look at the demonic chi in the volcano. It must be a high-level demon. Be careful." With that said, he flew in. Indeed, once they entered the volcano, they were greeted by the intertwining demonic chi and original chi. Their surroundings were a fiery red. From time to time, lava would spurt out. The few of them dodged and flew towards the bottom of the volcano, following the direction of the original chi. The deeper they flew, the more spacious their surroundings became. Moreover, thick smoke billowed and visibility became very low. "Master, this rock wall." I Ching suddenly spoke. Lone Moon turned and saw that there were many caves in the inner walls of the volcano. They seemed to have been specially carved out. His heart sank. Holy shit! The demon that took the spirit seed wouldn't have dug a hole and escaped, would it? The garlic monster was indeed unreliable. "There's demonic chi and the aura of the original source on it," I Ching added. It was obvious that it had been opened by that demon. F***CK. Lone Moon cursed. There were so many caves, where were they going to start? Let's choose the cave with the thickest aura and enter. Do you want to go in? Shining tilted her head and looked back at him. Nonsense. Lone Moon replied subconsciously. If we don't chase after it, will the spirit seed jump out on its own? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from below. Something smashed into the ground, and instantly, the tallest pillar of lava in the middle collapsed. Two silhouettes instantly appeared below, and instantly, demonic chi surged up to the sky. It jumped out. Shining pointed down and replied. Lone Moon, I Ching, it really came out by itself. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked down and saw two men, one tall and one short. The shorter one was a young man, and he had a terrified expression on his face. The taller one was dressed in a dark green robe, and his body was very muscular. Faintly, one could see the bulging muscles under his clothes. He was holding the young man's collar and raising his fist to punch the young man's face. The most important thing was that from the moment the two of them appeared, the thick original source aura and demonic chi instantly filled the entire volcano. The burly man seemed to be extremely angry. He punched the young man over and over again. With every punch, the original source chi weakened a little, and the demonic chi on the burly man's body became thicker. That's the spirit seed. Lone Moon turned to look at Shining. Yes, it is. Shining nodded affirmatively. Seeing that the young man's aura was getting weaker and weaker, the burly man suddenly pressed one hand on the young man's forehead. In an instant, the young man's original source chi surged towards the burly man. He was absorbing the original source. Lone Moon's heart sank. He shouted, "Demon, stop!" Shining was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, "Father no," but Lone Moon had already flown over. At the same time, a ray of sword chi swept towards the burly man. As if sensing danger, the burly man turned around. There was still a murderous look in his eyes, but he suddenly froze. In the next moment, the burly man was sent flying with a loud bang and smashed into the ground. Lone Moon used a spell and fixed the burly man on the ground. He turned to look at the young man on the ground. He was already on the verge of death. His body was covered with wounds. Lone Moon frowned. He used a water elemental healing spell. Only then did the burly man feel a little better. The original source chi on the young man's body also slowly stabilized. But he looked at the few of them with even more fear. He even shrank back. "Don't worry." Lone Moon spoke up to comfort him. "We're here to bring you back." The fear in the young man's eyes did not disappear. Instead, he looked at Lone Moon even more warily. But because of the aura around Lone Moon, he did not dare to move. Instead, the burly man who was sent flying looked furious. He wanted to rush over unwillingly, but he was fixed in place. No matter how many times he tried, he could not get up. He could only stare fixedly in Lone Moon's direction, looking like he wanted to pounce over. Lone Moon glanced at it. Instantly, the sword chi on his body pressed down even more. "Evil creature, how dare you touch the spirit seed?" Fortunately, they had arrived quickly. Otherwise, the chi of the original source on the other party's body would have been sucked dry. The burly man was stunned. A hint of madness flashed across his face. He struggled even harder. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something. But no sound came out. Once again, he was suppressed by the sword chi. Lone Moon frowned. The strange thing was that he could not see through the burly man's true form. Why were the demons in the void land so strange? He ignored it and turned back to look at the young man. After such a big circle, he finally found the spirit seed. He did not care whether the young man was willing or not. He directly picked him up and looked at Shining. "When can we open the plane gate and go back?" He had to complete his mission first. Tomorrow." Shining replied. "Then let's go out first." Lone Moon then flew up on his sword, planning to leave the volcano. Shining turned to look at the burly man on the ground. Suddenly, she reached out and pulled him up. "Chef, bring him along." I Ching hesitated, but still obediently picked him up. "Yes, master." "Why are you still bringing this demon?" Lone Moon turned back to look at her. To be able to survive in this volcano for so long, he must be fire elemental. It would be fine to leave him alone. Shining moved her lips, about to say something. "Forget it." Lone Moon directly turned his head away. He did not care too much. "Remember to open the plane gate on time tomorrow. I've had enough of this stupid place." Only then did they fly all the way out and directly landed on the flat ground in the middle of the forest outside. The garlic demon from before had not left. When it saw the few of them flying out, its garlic leaves straightened up. Without waiting for them to land on the ground, it immediately hopped towards them, its voice full of excitement. "My lord! You're finally back." With that said, it jumped up and plunged headfirst into the hands of the burly man beside Chef. "Lord, I missed you so much." "Ha! I Ching, Lone Moon, holy shit. What the hell was that?" For all. Chapter 597. What's going on? He's a spirit seed. Lone Moon stared blankly at the burly man. How was this possible? The burly man was clearly covered in demonic chi. There was not a hint of the aura of the original source on him. Moreover, a spirit seed that had just transformed looked like this. Wasn't it a little too much nutrition? Chef was shocked as well. He raised his hand to dispel the spell on Lone Moon's body. He released his divine perception to take a closer look, only to discover that the demonic aura on Lone Moon's body was very faint. His expression darkened. This demonic aura shouldn't be his. As he spoke, he immediately formed a seal and tapped on the other party's forehead. Almost instantly, all the demonic aura in his body dissipated. Like a punctured balloon, it flattened out with a hiss. His originally sturdy figure also began to shrink, as if he had returned to his youth. He directly transformed from a brawny man that was more than 1.8 meters tall into a little being that didn't even reach his waist. In an instant, the origin energy rushed over, several times denser than the youth's. He really was a spirit seed. My lord. What happened to you? The garlic demon at the side was shocked. It turned around and waved its garlic leaves at Chef. What did you do to His Excellency? I'm just returning to my original appearance. His previous appearance was only a result of his demon chi. The spirit seed, who had already turned into a child, looked at his own body, which had shrunk a few times. Then, he looked up at Lone Moon. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat. In the next moment, he started crying. Wah! His cries were heart-wrenching and extremely wronged. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He had yet to recover from the image of the muscular man. Strangely, he felt guilty. Why are you crying? Sir, don't cry. Don't cry. The garlic demon panicked. He waved his garlic leaves and comforted her. Don't worry. If they dare to bully you, I'll spice them to death. As he said that, he endured the pain and broke off a large garlic and threw it at the three of them. You're not allowed to spit them. The spirit seed suddenly reacted and opened its arms to block in front of it. Milord. The garlic demon was taken aback. The spirit seed turned around and hugged Lone Moon, who was behind it. It cried out pitifully, Daddy. Ha! Shining. I Ching, Lone Moon, what the hell? Little brat, don't call me that. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He wanted to push the person on his lap away, but the other party hugged him even tighter. As she hugged his thigh, she raised her teary little face and sniffled as she asked, Wah! Daddy, Daddy, don't you want me anymore? Who doesn't want it? Who are you calling Dad? Daddy, shut up and stop shouting. Wait a minute. He turned to glare at the master and disciple beside him. Why are you two looking at a scumbag who abandoned his wife and son? Don't you two know that I don't have children? The master and disciple looked at each other and replied in unison, I'm not sure. Your sister. Lone Moon's anger flared up. He watched as the child cried even more miserably. Lone Moon's Dharma robes were almost wet from his tears. No matter how he pushed the child off, the child continued to climb up, as if clinging to him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help. If you want next month's food allowance, hurry up and drag him down. The two then took a step forward and reached out to pull away the spirit seed on his leg. Shining seemed to have thought of something. She looked up and asked, that. Father Nyo, is it convenient for me to ask, who is the child's mother? You shut. Before he could finish his sentence, the child suddenly plunged into Shen Ying's arms and cried out. Mommy! Lone Moon, Shining, Ching. The next moment, Chef's expression darkened. With a swoosh, he pulled out his long sword and said word by word, Master, I don't think this person is a spirit seed. Kill him. Who is he calling Mommy? Lone Moon guessed that the spirit seed called him that because it recognized their identities as managers. He was a plain spirit seed to begin with. It was normal for him to sense the aura of a manager. What's more, he had just taken human form and was not considered mature. What's more, there was only an unreliable garlic demon by his side. It was normal for him to instinctively call a manager the closest person. The only abnormal thing was the way he addressed Chef. Second brother. What the hell was second brother? Master, can we really not kill this? Chef turned and asked seriously. Why don't we cut off a few legs? They can grow back anyway. The kind that had to be cut once a month. Shining, Lone Moon, all right, all right, all right. Don't bully the child. It was rare to see Chef being humiliated. Lone Moon hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the spirit seed child over. He scanned him from head to toe. He looked like a fair and chubby child. Why did he grow up to be so crippled? Speak, little spirit seed. What exactly happened? Who is this fellow? He pointed to the young man beside him who was still covered in original chi. He only noticed the original chi on his body earlier. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that this young man was indeed a demon beast. He directly raised his hand and conjured a seal. In an instant, the other party turned into a demon beast with fiery red scales all over its body. Although it was a high-level demon beast, it seemed to be seriously injured. Its original form looked much smaller than a human's. He's a bad guy. He wants to eat me. The spirit seed immediately puffed up its little face and said angrily, when the baby fell asleep, he wanted to eat me. So I ate him too. Eat. Lone Moon hesitated for a moment. He thought of how the spirit seed looked just now. Was he referring to the demonic chi? No wonder he was covered in demonic chi just now. It turned out that he had absorbed it from this demon beast. And the original chi on the demon beast's body obviously came from the spirit seed. So, the demon beast had absorbed the original chi on his body. Was he going to absorb its demonic chi back? He was really not at a disadvantage. No wonder this demon beast still looked so frightened. The demonic chi on its body was pitifully little. You little one, you don't want to be taken advantage of. Where did you learn that from? Lone Moon asked subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, a certain master and disciple both turned to look at him. What are you looking at? He glared back. What has it got to do with me? Do they really think I'm his father? I Ching. Heh heh, as long as you're happy. Shining, on the other hand, tilted her head and glanced at the spirit seed child. She looked like she was thinking about something. Could it be, now that the spirit seed was found, Shining and the others did not waste any more time. They planned to go back early the next morning. Lone Moon forced out the original chi from the demon beast's body and returned it to the spirit seed. Then, he threw it back into the volcano. The garlic demon was not easy to deal with. It held on to the spirit seed tightly and did not let them go. It guarded against them as if they were thieves. In a panic, it would even throw garlic at them. What's more, it was the first complete living creature that the spirit seed had created. It was not good to just leave it in the void. So Lone Moon could only create a flower pot and put the garlic demon inside. He let the spirit seed carry it back. Anyway, he could just leave it to Milu to deal with. Once the time was up, Shining opened the plane gate. In the blink of an eye, they were already back in the divine realm. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.